Good afternoon. We'll call the Ways and Means Committee meeting back to order. Members, we have 11 bills, I believe, on our agenda for tonight. We will not be doing any work session, so if there's someone here hoping that there's going to be a work session, there will not. So you can go have dinner. That doesn't include you guys. And we will start with the hearing for Assembly Bill 481. And we'll invite. Would you like to look out the door to get your phone a friend? We've opened the hearing.
May I begin, Madam Chair?
You
Thank
may
you.
begin.
Russell Rowe for the record, here on behalf of Allegiant Airlines with Kanani Espinosa of the Rowe Law Group. Thank you, committee, for your indulgence and for allowing us the opportunity to bring this amendment to AB 481. It's very simple. AB 481 was a bill regarding sustainable aviation fuel, which is very important to the aviation industry and will become increasingly important as we move forward. That language in 481 had a fiscal note on it, among some other infirmities in the bill. So we'd like to bring this amendment to provide a different alternative for bringing this language and reaching the opportunity, at least, to provide a sustainable aviation fuel industry in the state of Nevada. So if I may, Madam Chair, I'll go through the very brief provisions of the bill.
You don't have to be brief going through it. This is the first time members have seen it, so.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you for that indulgence then. So first and foremost, what this bill will do is amend Chapter 701A of the statutes and give the Governor's Office of Economic Development the ability to provide abatements to businesses that engage in the production of biofuels. And biofuels can be created from waste oils, from food product, agricultural waste products, and a number of other products coming that are the end of life of either a development industry or manufacturing industry or a service industry. So this not only helps develop fuels that could be used for clean aviation, but also helps keep these types of materials out of our landfills. So there's dual purposes and benefits to this. There's detailed language in here regarding anaerobic digestion, biofuels, biomass, related to the process that I'm not going to go into great detail on. But the end result is you have the foundation of a biofuel industry in the state today, and this language will allow the state to pursue other companies that are investing in biomass and biofuels, one of the products of which would be the development of clean aviation fuels. And as I mentioned earlier, that's going to become an increasingly important component of the aviation industry. We expect it to become a required component for airlines, and it's very difficult to create this industry in a cost-effective manner if it's not in the state where you actually fill the airplane with the fuel. If you add in transportation costs, it becomes almost impossible to make this pencil out. So it's critically important to develop the industry here, and of course there's all types of ancillary benefits related to jobs and capital investments, of course, that is pursued by GOED and that the state would benefit from. The second component to the bill is related to GOED, of course, but unrelated to biofuels, and that is to give the Board of Economic Development the ability to deny an application submitted for abatements. As the statutes exist today, if a company checks all the boxes required for abatements, the Board of Economic Development must approve the abatements. So it doesn't provide the ability of the board to deny an application if there are circumstances beyond the four corners of the statutes that the state of Nevada would prefer not to approve abatements. And this language would allow the board to determine that abatements should not be approved in certain circumstances. And that, Madam Chair, is a summary of what the bill does.
Thank you so much. Members, this would be a complete gut and replace of Assembly Bill 481. So please feel free to ask any questions that you need to. Assembly Member Watts.
Thank you, Chair. I heard recently the term gut and restate, and I like that. I think this is definitely a restating of approaching the goal of supporting sustainable aviation fuel. So this is kind of both and since this is kind of both a policy and a fiscal hearing, I'm going to ask a question that's kind of a policy and fiscal question. So I think, my understanding of this is essentially this is explicitly allowing essentially the production of biofuels, including sustainable aviation fuel, to be kind of one of the eligible businesses that could receive abatements. So by expanding that, there's no guarantee, but it could potentially expand the abatements associated with this program in this chapter. And then you're also adding this language at the beginning related to modifying or denying potential abatements if they don't align with some of the various provisions that are located in here, which sounds like it could potentially generate some savings. So my sense is, while it's kind of hard to know for sure and determine, that we've got kind of something that's potentially on the plus side and something that can potentially balance that out in terms of the policy. I guess my question is, and I know you're not GOED, but do you agree with kind of that sense of the two provisions of the bill, that we are essentially opening up what a little bit what some of these abatements can apply for, but then also giving some additional discretion to rein those abatement decisions in as necessary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Russell Rowe for the record. Yes, Assemblyman, in particular with respect to the discretion, there are critical things that are not necessarily included in the statutes with respect to a determination for abatements, and those include things like the availability of water resources, the impact on water resources in the state, environmental impacts, alignment with state economic development objectives in a broad sense. So this would give the board much greater latitude when it considers these applications beyond just a check the box, which is critically important as we move forward. Oh, may I add also, and I have spoken with GOED, and I know I cannot speak necessarily on behalf, but they did confirm that this language would not create a fiscal note.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And I've done some work in the past on trying to increase particularly the water use considerations in some of our economic development. So it's great to see that, as well as ensuring that when we're making these decisions that they actually align with the economic development goals of our state as they stand at the time. So thank you for the question, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Assembly Member Hafen. And then we'll go to Assembly Member Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you guys for bringing this forward. I just want to get some confirmation on the definition of biofuels that would be used in here. Would that include things like biodiesel that would then include the ability to bring additional biodiesel into this state to run in our trucks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Russell Rowe. Assemblyman, yes, I believe that is the case. As I read the language of biofuels and biomass, that language would be broad enough for the components of alternative diesel fuels.
Assembly Member Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing in the, what was it, not gut and replace, edit and replace, I guess. The area that I find to be most interesting is on the first page, 2A, the projected water consumption of the business, particularly if the business is or will be located in a region with limited water resources. That is brand new language. So I guess I'm asking a little bit more in the weeds on this one. Does that mean that there's going to need to be some rewrites of some of the regulations around that? Or is this an expectation that that is something that GOED would be asking for an independent auditor to look at? Or, because I really like that language, by the way. So I'm just wondering about some of the realities around it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Russell Rowe for the record. Assemblywoman, the reading of this language does provide latitude for GOED to consider such actions related to the water resources of any abatement application. Although it doesn't specifically state that there could be an official audit, as I read the language, this would give them that latitude to consider water resources as they're reviewing these applications, including with respect to how companies report back annually to GOED.
Thank you, and I can tell that this has been a large amount of work probably over the last 24 hours, not to mention a little bit more. Would it be acceptable then, or would GOED be able to go to an applicant and say, listen, you need to find an independent auditor, or we're going to give this instead to the department? Because I just don't know the process. And so I'm just asking a little bit more for that clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the record, Russell Rowe. I'm reaching a point where I don't want to speak officially on behalf of the Governor's Office of Economic Development. But again, the latitude they have now under statute does not allow them to do what you are suggesting, whereas this language certainly implies that they have the authority to make those considerations.
Members, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you again for your indulgence, Madam Chair.
Of course. And we will invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of the amended version of Assembly Bill 481. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber's in support from the fiscal perspective, and we are supportive of the amendment as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone at the table in Southern Nevada. Broadcast, do we have anyone on the phone that would like to testify in support of the amended version of Assembly Bill 481?
To provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 481, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, it appears we have no callers for support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone here in Carson City or in Las Vegas that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 481, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone line to see if there's anyone on the phone line that would like to testify in opposition of the amended version of Assembly Bill 481.
To provide testimony in opposition to Assembly Bill 481, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 481, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone approach the tables here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line one last time.
To provide testimony in neutral for Assembly Bill 481, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral testimony.
Thank you so much. We will ask the presenters of the bill if you have any closing comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Russell Rowe for the record. I do just really want to thank you and the committee for hearing this legislation so late in the session. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 481. And members, all week long, we have been in this room 5-6 times a day, seems like it, and we were in recess all week long. Today was the first day we actually gavelled out, and I forgot to do roll call again. So I apologize to our committee secretary. So committee secretary, could you please call the roll?
Assembly members Anderson, Backus, Brown May, Dickman, Hafen, Hibbets, Haudegi, Koenig, Muska, O'Neill, Torres Fawcett, Watts, Yeager, and Chair Monroe Moreno.
And I am here. Will you please mark Assemblymember Haudegi and Assemblymember Yeager present when they arrive? Thank you all for joining us here in Carson City and those that are joining us in Las Vegas. We will have public comment at the end of today's meeting. I will ask that each person limits their public comment to 2 minutes. If you'd like to call in for public comment, that number is 669-900-6833. Our meeting ID is 897-347-75609. Then please press pound. I'll remind everyone to mute or silence your, turn off your electronic devices. Members will be following along on their laptops for today's meeting. A number of the bills that we will hear today have not had a policy hearing in the Assembly, so we'll have a policy and fiscal hearing. This is a fiscal committee, but this will be the only hearing that some of the legislation will have, so we will be doing both. So we will be limiting testimony on every bill to 30 minutes in support, 30 minutes in opposition, 30 minutes in neutral. And I'll try to do it 10 minutes in Carson City, 10 in Las Vegas, 10 on the phone in each area. Also, in a hearing, oftentimes you hear things that you may not agree with or you may not like, and that's fine. We can all agree to disagree without being disagreeable. That's a rule that I have for this committee. We will respect each other, that those of us here on the dais and those in the audience, if for any reason you become disrespectful, I have absolutely no problem removing you from my meeting. I truly expect respectable interaction in my committee. So with that, thank you for being here. And we just had our first bill hearing for the day, and Speaker Yeager has given permission to work session bills, and this is our last Assembly bill that we will be hearing, and we'll need to get it to the floor. So members, you just heard Assembly Bill 481, and I will turn the mic over to our Chief Fiscal Analyst to open the work session for Assembly Bill 481.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assembly Bill 481 was heard in committee today. As amended, the bill created the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Incentive Program to provide incentives of money domestic air carriers for the purchase of sustainable aviation fuel produced in the state. And the bill also provided a general fund appropriation of $10 million to the fund for the program. However, Madam Chair, there was a conceptual amendment that was provided that essentially deletes the bill in its entirety and replaces it with the language that is provided in the conceptual amendment that was provided to the committee. So, Madam Chair, if you wish to approve this bill, it would be an amend and do pass as amended.
Members, are there any questions? Not seeing any, I'll accept a motion.
I'd move to amend and do pass.
We have a motion from Assembly Member Bacchus, a second from Assembly Member Watts. Any discussion on the motion? Assembly Member Hafen.
Oh, as amended. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we will be going out of order. I know we have a number of legislators who have bills on the agenda. I'll try to group them. I also have the Secretary of State's office and the AG's office on it. I'm going to try to do it in order of seniority. Sorry. I do not see the AG, but I do see the Secretary of State. Oh! But I do see the Secretary of State. You can go after the AG since. We will open the hearing for Senate Bill 74. Senate Bill 74 revises provisions relating to elections. Good evening. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Cisco Aguilar, Secretary of State, and I'm joined by Chief Deputy Gabriel DeCara and Deputy for Elections Mark Velashan. We're here today to present SB 74, an elections omnibus. This is the latest version of a bill from last session that was initially developed by the office during Barbara Sagaski's term. SB 74 contains dozens of provisions which can generally be grouped into three categories: clarifications, confirming changes, and administrative adjustments. As this is the Money Committee, I will focus on the fiscal elements of the bill. Section 4 standardizes the list of candidate filing fees for the state office and establishes a new filing fee for the independent candidates for President of the United States. SB 225 of this session establishes fees for Democratic and Republican candidates for president as part of the presidential preferential primary elections process, and it's only fair that independents pay a fee to get on the ballot as well. Last session, there was a bill establishing an annual election training conference for city and county clerks and their staff. Section 8.5 of this bill allows my office to be reimbursed for the costs related to the training. The overall cost of the training last year was just over $160,000. Only $55,000 could be reimbursed. I believe those are the main elements of the fiscal impact to the state. Thank you for your time, and we're available for questions.
Thank you. You stated that last year the training was $160,000. You were only allowed to be reimbursed for a portion of that amount. I've heard a few times during this legislative session, folks don't seem to understand that the statutory contingency account and the IFC contingency account, all those accounts are funded by general funds. They seem to think there's a magical pot of money. Anyone out there? We don't have a magical pot of money. It's all the same money, just put in different places, just like you do on your family budget on a budget line item. So could you tell us, why is the training required in section 8.5 of the bill, and as amended, proposed to be funded through that source, the reserve statutory contingency account, as opposed to just a straight general fund appropriation?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Mark Velashan, Deputy Secretary of State for Elections, for the record. The reason for the training is really twofold. One, of course, it's a statutory requirement now. It was added during the 2023 legislative session. But two, given the extensive turnover across state election officials since 2020, it really drives home the importance of training. The training that we conduct is on an annual basis. It currently involves county and city election officials. It's assumed that state election officials would also receive training. There are things that we do as state election officials. We are a filing office. There's the execution and enforcement piece as well. And without that critical training, as we continue to onboard new staff, it's frankly a lot to learn. 9 chapters of statute, as you well know, along with the regulations, plus numerous federal laws, don't just, unfortunately, happen to they're not quick to pick up, frankly. So the training is essential and required in that regard so that we can continue to have a high standard for our elections. In regards to the funding source, there are options, certainly that have been discussed in regards to the means to provide that funding. The goal is to always do it on the cheapest way possible so that we can be efficient, frankly, and very careful with the use of taxpayer dollars. But ultimately, the process by reimbursement was the one established in 23. We were simply continuing the use of the Reserve for Statutory Contingency Fund to pay for the cost of the training.
My concern is that there are a number of divisions and agencies that come back to the statutory contingency account. And I want to ensure that enough funding is put there to cover costs, and those surprise costs is what takes us into deficits. What would be the worst case scenario you think of the amount that you would need? I see that perhaps it could be $209,184 in future bienniums. Would that be the maximum amount, or do you think it would exceed that?
Thank you for the question, Chair Mark Valash, for the record. Those are the maximums, absolutely. It could not exceed that. And again, we're looking to the future, trying to establish, instead of a year-to-year contract for the training, the venue and those sorts of things, extend it to a 4-year contract if possible to find savings. But the bottom line is those are the largest amounts possible. The number of staff across the state, the counties, the cities that are involved will not exceed or create additional costs based on those numbers.
Members, any questions? Assemblymember Hafen.
Thank you, Chair. I have some clarifications I need. So this is not included in the budget, correct? The portion we're discussing on the travel?
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember. Through you, Chair, to the Assemblymember. That is correct.
And then there's no limitation on how much you can spend in the language that I could see. And therefore, but my question would be is, would you have to come in front of the Interim Finance Committee before the travel was approved? Or would this be something that you would try to come and get reimbursed after the fact?
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Mark Valash, for the record. It is an after-the-fact reimbursement through the Board of Examiners.
If I could, Gabriel DeCara, Chief Deputy Secretary of State. All of the other state administrative rules apply in the state administrative manual, so we could not roll out the caviar cart. We still have to abide by all of the state's spending protocols and procedures prior to asking IFC for that reimbursement. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, there was a little confusion there. Is it IFC or BOE? So it would not come back to us at all. And Madam Chair,
I'm going to have our fiscal staff
thank you.
go through it. Yes. Ms. Kaufman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The statutory contingency account is managed by the Board of Examiners, and so they would be the entity that would be approving this. It would not go to the Interim Finance Committee.
Thank you, Chair. And this is probably just more of a statement than a question. Most of the budgets that we have approved and seen come before us have had travel included. And so I have some hesitation in just having an unlimited budget go forward. So I'm really very hesitant right now. And so I know we're day 118, so I do appreciate you guys bringing this forward, but I am very hesitant right now with the unlimited travel and the fiscal situation that we're currently in.
Madam Chair, through you to the Assembly member.
You can go directly to the member.
Okay. I agree with you, and I don't mind having a maximum put on there. I think that's fiscally responsible. Again, this helps mostly our rural counties who don't have the resources to always participate in these types of events. But I have to say they're probably the ones that benefit the most from having an opportunity to meet their colleagues and to be able to develop their skills even stronger for their constituencies.
Thank you. And we just voted on Assembly Bill 534 that had training in that bill. And I believe the fiscal impact, if I remember correctly, was $40,000 in FY26 and $42 in FY27 and $84 in future bienniums. What is different between the training that was included in that piece of legislation and this?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Gabriel DeCara for the record. It was two different ways of coming at the same problem. We've amended that section out of Assembly Bill 534. The training and the fiscal note no longer are in that bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do believe we would need to put a cap on it, and I would feel much more comfortable as a fiscal leader in this building to have either place that money directly in your budget or in the IFC contingency account, and then you would do a work program to come back for the reimbursement, but there would be a cap on that dollar amount. And I think that might make members of this body feel more comfortable.
Madam Chair, Cisco Aguilar, Secretary of State, I agree with you completely.
Members, are there any other questions? Okay, and my last question. So in the language that was amended out of Assembly Bill 534, the future biennium amount was $84,000. In this one, it's $209,000. Please explain the difference.
Thank you for the question, Gabriel DeCara for the record. My understanding is the fiscal note on that bill was arrived at by looking at the what would be required in addition to what could currently be reimbursed under the statutory contingency fund, whereas this fiscal note is the entirety of the training, not taking into account what could currently be reimbursed, if that makes sense, Madam Chair. The 534 fiscal note is taking for granted that the money that could already be reimbursed to the Secretary of State's would be reimbursed to us in the future. This is looking at the training as an entire single expenditure. Thank you.
You look like you wanted to say something. Are you sure? All right. So if we were to put the cap at an even $200,000 and put it in the IFC contingency account instead of the reserve for statutory contingency account, and your office would have to do a work program and come back to IFC for reimbursement, would that be amenable?
Madam Chair, Cisco Aguilar, Secretary of State, absolutely.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. And I'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 74. Good evening.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Priscilla Gomez. That's Priscella, last name Gomez. And on behalf of the Let Nevada Nevada's Vote Coalition and Silver State Voices, we're in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Carrie Durmick, that's KerryDurmick with All Voters Local Action Nevada, and we are also strongly in support of this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line. Do we have anyone joining us that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 74?
Testify in support of Senate Bill 74. Please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If we have anyone that would like to Testify in opposition of Senate Bill 74, I invite you to the tables in Carson City and Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone line to see if we have anyone that's joined us that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 74.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 74, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Good evening, everybody. This is Oscar Williams, OSCAR-WILLIAMS, Reno, Nevada. I oppose SB 74 because it intends to usurp authority to regulate and conduct local elections away from the county or city and gets to the Secretary of State, creating an end run around Nevada Constitution, Article 4, Section 20, that enumerates such rights. If it merely separated statewide races and ballot questions from local, it would not deprive or infringe on local rights. What we have is, though, in sections 12 and 33 of this bill, it guts how paper ballots are counted, shifting or removing certain statutes that are applicable and replacing them with new ones, statutes that really have no details on handling paper ballots. And in the process, the county, which has a right to regulate and conduct its own elections, such as county commissioner, school board trustee, and so on, those rights are being deprived and diluted by SB 74. Should the county, for example, choose all paper ballots, it can do that, but not if SB 74 passes into law. Section 48 of this bill repeals certain provisions that, one, prohibit a counting board from commencing to count the votes until all ballots are accounted for. I disagree with that because, again, it infringes on county city rights in their own elections. As a physical note, the bill is unfunded. It is not requested by local government. On a more esoteric level, Section 14 revises NRS 293391. And the phrasing I want to focus on is, quote, after canvass of the votes by the Board of County Commissioners. The problem is the commissioners don't canvass. They can order a canvass, but they don't actually perform the canvass. There's a bit of a misnomer here in the phrasing of the current statute, and this bill sort of perpetuates that. It's the registrar of voters or the clerk that does the work, and it hands the results along with the report to the board. Often the report
Mr.
is
Williams,
lacking
you've met
detail.
your 2-minute limit. If you would like to submit the remainder of your testimony to the committee in writing, we can make sure that the members get it. But thank you so much for joining us tonight. Next caller.
Chair, we have no other callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. We'll move to neutral. If there's anyone here that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 74, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go back to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 74.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 74, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. And closing comments.
Thank you, Chair. Cisco Aguilera, Secretary of State. Just want to say thank you, and I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 74. Thank you for being here with us this evening. And we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 62. It's a measure which revises provisions relating to crimes. Good evening. And just so you know, I was not happy with you earlier. You came in with ice cream earlier this afternoon, and there wasn't enough for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the ability to present Senate Bill 62. I think there's some legal issues we have to get over about me gifting you ice cream, but Yeah, well, okay, for everyone, I'll go find the budget for that. Actually, if we could amend in another 30 grand for, no, okay. So 62. Thank you for hearing this. This is one of our favorite bills moving through the office, being brought by the Office of Attorney General. Started out as a little bit of a different bill, so it's been on a journey. You can see with sections 1 through 4 being deleted, what you have now is the request for three different types of victims to be supported through 3 different tranches of money. And so Section 4 is dealing with the compensation for the Victims of Crimes Fund. This is the fund that's operated out of the Office of Health and Human Services. You can read in Section 4.3 the A through L of the types of victims that are supported and can apply for dollars from this type of victim fund. We are proposing to add to this to allow for remediation compensation to victims of hate crime for property damage. And when you go into Section 4.7, that's where you see the language where we're adding in that remediation, and it would be for up to $1,000 per instance. The second pot of money, if you go into Section 5, is related, so 5.1 and 2 is the $30,000 total that we're asking for victims of compensation crime. 5.3 is specific to the victims who are the victims of crimes in which the Office of Attorney General is prosecuting. So this is specific to the prosecutorial work that we do in our office. Last session, this body was so kind as to award us 2 victim witness advocates. We brought them on board. They've been doing phenomenal work. They looked at us and they told us really to come in compliance with Marcy's Law, we need just a little bucket of money to help in that victim witness advocate for the functions of our office. So that's what we're asking for there, $20,000 in each fiscal year. The last is kind of a hitchhiker, but a happy one. The advocates for victims of human trafficking were looking for $1 million general fund award, and we had a germane bill. We support victims of human trafficking. Our office does a lot of work in this area, although this money would not go to our office. But we said we would be happy to have the language amended in, knowing the times that are given economically, they've scaled that back to $200,000. So those are the 3 different types of ask and the 3 different pots of money for them. I imagine a question we're going to get, so I'll just answer it right now. None of this is already in executive budget. Specific to our office, the conversations we were having with our victim witness advocates about their needs to support their work in compliance with Marcy Law just came later than our original budget build. It came over the summer, specifically after we attended a faith forum with law enforcement and faith leaders where we were talking about hate crimes, impact of hate crimes, and just the increase of hate crimes, especially property damage.
Thank you. So the total would be 550,000 if I...
Correct, yes. $250,000 in each
Yes.
fiscal year. Yeah.
I suddenly got generous. Assemblymember Torres Fawcett.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I heard my name or not. It's a little late and I have not had enough caffeine, but I will quickly fix that. I did have a question in regards to this account because does this account receive federal funds as well?
Thank you so much for the question. So regarding Section 5.3 and 5.5, those 2, well, at least for our office, no. I mean, we receive federal money, but not to do this, and not if this went into our 1030 budget for that. And specific to, I think you mean maybe Section 4.3, so with the program that Health and Human Services operates, compensation for victims of crime, that does have some federal dollars going in. I think it's actually coming from fees and assessments on the offender side. Yes.
Thank you. And I remember seeing that there were some federal cuts to like the victims of crime funds. So is this impacted by the victim of crimes funding that we receive dollars from federally?
Thank you so much for the question, Teresa Benitez Thompson, for the record, Chief of Staff to Attorney General Ford. I think I might have neglected that, Committee Secretary, sorry about that, Mrs. McAllister, to Assemblywoman Torres Fawcett. It does not negatively impact it across the board. There has been a reduction at the federal level for victims of crime or for some of the formula grants across the board. I think we're all nervous about how any of the formula grants are coming in. But yeah, anything we can do to get more money out the doors and into the community's hands is going to be good.
Members, any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for being with us twice today. And we'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 62. Good evening.
Marco Rauda, M-A-R-C-O-R-A-U-D-A, with the Nevada Policy Council on Human Trafficking, and I'm going to keep it short. We support this, and we thank the chair, the body, and the AG's office for bringing this bill forward.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else approach to the table here in Carson City and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to our phone line. Broadcast, do we have anyone join us that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 62?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 62, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 62, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go again to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 62.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 62, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. Then we'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 62, I invite you to the table. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go to the phone line one last time to see if we have anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 62.
To testify in neutral for Senate Bill 62, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral testimony.
Thank you so much. Then we'll ask the sponsor if you have any closing comments. Thank you. All right, she's shaking her head no, and we will, with that, we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 62. And again, thank you for joining us this evening. Senator Scheibel, will you be doing the hearing for Senate Bill 135? You've been playing pitch hitter in all kinds of areas this legislative session. Okay, with that, we will open the hearing for Senate Bill 135, which makes an appropriation to communities and schools of Nevada to provide integrated student support services. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. I am happy to fill in for the majority leader this evening. And Chair Monroe Moreno, members of the committee, my name is Melanie Scheibel. I'm the state senator for District 9. It's my pleasure to present SB 135 to you, which makes an appropriation of $1 million to communities and schools of Nevada. The organization provides an evidence-based model of integrated student support services, sometimes also referred to as wraparound services, to support the basic social, emotional, and academic needs of students. Ultimately, the support helps students with some of the highest needs in Nevada stay in school and graduate. As we have all heard, many students face significant challenges in school and at home that impact their overall academic achievement. These challenges were exacerbated by the pandemic absenteeism and increased while academic engagement decreased. The persistence of these issues negatively affects students' academic achievement and graduation rates. In fact, a 2022 report indicated that high school graduation rates dipped in at least 20 states after the first full school year was disrupted by the pandemic. This bill aims to help address the issues the significant barriers students face experiencing and accessing needed supports and services. So you might be asking yourselves, why communities and schools? The Communities and Schools program has demonstrated efficient and sustainable use of funds with an almost 12-to-1 return on investment. Additionally, the program's model of integrated student supports is the only evidence-based program of intervention for wraparound services currently approved by the Nevada Department of Education. The model also meets the federal Every Student Succeeds Act's most rigorous tier for student-level outcomes, with independent evaluations confirming these conclusions. Finally, the supports offered by Communities and Schools helps alleviate pressures placed on our educators and schools by efficiently and effectively meeting student needs through support on campus. Communities and Schools currently operates in over 118 elementary, middle, and high school schools across 4 different districts: Clark, Elko, Humboldt, and Washoe, serving over 100,000 students. CIS students have achieved a remarkable 97% graduation rate, with 99% of K-11 students being promoted to the next grade. However, there's still a need to expand the services to more schools in more counties. One day, we would like to see Communities and Schools in all 17 of Nevada's counties. I'd like to turn the presentation over, with your permission, to Tammy Hance-Lair, the Chief Executive Officer of CIS, to discuss the program and the bill more in depth if you'd like some more policy discussion on it, and we are happy to answer any questions after her remarks.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Scheibel. Tammy Hance-Lair, for the record, TAMIHANCE-LEHR. Chair Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Bacchus, members of the committee, it is an honor to be here, and thank you so much for considering our appropriation. In the 2023 legislative session, you invested $4 million in us. We came back to you with a 30% increase in schools in our full school district. We had a 97% graduation rate for over 600 of our high school seniors walking across the finish line that were not on track to graduate when they first met Communities and Schools. And in our schools, 90% of our schools decreased their chronic absenteeism rate last year. 90% of them. We are stewards of your money. We make sure it goes to the right places, to the right children, and we are grateful for your consideration of this support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, members, any questions for the presenters of Senate Bill 135? This appropriation was not included in the executive budget, and you will not see a fiscal note associated with it because it's simply a general fund appropriation of $1 million. All right, not seeing any questions, we'll ask you to take a sit back, and we'll invite to the table anyone that's here to testify in support of Senate Bill 135.
Hello, Madam Chair. I apologize. Hello, Madam Chair. Nathaniel Wall, Clark County School District. Just wanted to speak in support of Communities and Schools, the amazing work they do for our students and getting them over the finish line, giving them the support they need with a caring adult makes all the difference for so many of our kids. The impact we've seen on graduation rates, reductions in chronic absenteeism. They do extraordinary work, and we urge your support of this. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name's Mary Przenski, here representing Nevada Association of School Superintendents. And this is a very good program. It's worth the money, and we're in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is in support of the fiscal provisions of this bill because of the fantastic work that Community and Schools does. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Kanani Espinoza with the Roe Law Group. I know I've taken up more time for the committee than deserved tonight, so I would just like to echo on behalf of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, a support for SB 135. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Noe Orozco. That's N-O-E, accent over the E, O-R-O-S-C-O, with Make the Road Nevada. We have members in Humboldt County that greatly benefit from this, and we're in support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line to see if we have anyone on the phone who would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 135.
To testify in support of Senate Bill 135, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If we have anyone here that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 135, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. Not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone line again to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 135.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 135, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much, and we'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 135, I invite you to the table. And seeing no one approach the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line one last time to see if we have anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 135.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 135, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. We will ask the bill presenter if you have any closing comments.
Thank you, Tammy Hensler, for the record. Thank you, Chair Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Bacchus. Thank you again for hearing us. I also want to thank Majority Leader Canizaro for bringing this bill and Senator Scheibel for representing in her place. We appreciate your consideration.
Thank you so much. Senator Dondero Loop, are you agendized for 8:15 tonight? Okay. We will take your bills next so that you can get down to start Senate Finance so that you can get some assembly bills out tonight. We'll open the hearing for Senate Bill 300, which makes revisions relating to Medicaid. And welcome Senator Dondero Loop to the table.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Marilyn Dondero Loop for the record. I was all excited when you said seniority earlier because I thought, well, I've got to be the oldest person in the room. And then I realized you meant something else. So thank you for hearing my bills this evening. All right. Good evening, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. My name is Marilyn Dondero Loop, and I represent Senate District 8 in Clark County, and I'm honored to present Senate Bill 300, which makes revisions relating to Medicaid. And I have with me this evening Helen Foley, who is going to also give you some additional information. Currently, the Department of Health and Human Services provides that Medicaid will provide coverages of services offered by psychiatrists, psychologists, advanced practice, registered nurse, marriage and family therapist, or licensed clinical social workers at a federally qualified health center. And this bill will aim to codify the existing federal requirement that Medicaid covers services performed by those listed professionals as it was amended in 2023, and it also requires the director of DHHS to apply for any waiver of federal law that is necessary to carry out the provisions of the bill. The bill was amended in the first house to include another list of providers, and I am going to ask Ms. Foley to give you a little bit of summary, and we'll be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening, members of the committee and chair. My name is Helen Foley, and I am the board chair for First Med, which is a federally qualified health center in southern Nevada. We have 4 clinics. One is on Martin Luther King, another one on Shadow Lane, one on Desert Inn, and Eastern, and our very newest clinic, which is at Child Haven. First Med took over the Child Haven account about a year ago. We also provide services for almost all of the 3,800 foster children in southern Nevada. When these children, whether they are at Child Haven or in foster care, if they have a crisis, they need help right away. We utilize the services of our adolescent psychiatrist for those needs, as well as all of those professionals that are mental health professionals that you heard the senator discuss. There are a couple of professions that are not in our current state law, but recognized at the federal level. Those are CPCs, Certified Professional Counselors, as well as licensed alcohol and drug abuse counselors. We would like to include them. We've worked very closely with Stacy Weeks and her team. They feel it's quite appropriate, but it needs legislative action to do so. We strongly support this. Now, after we had introduced the legislation, we heard from individuals who deal in opioid addiction, and they asked if they could have an amendment to our bill. Senator Dondero Loop agreed, as did I, and so that is an addition to the bill. My part of the bill is section 1.4, which includes the CPCs, the LADCs, and the interns from all of those professions. So I strongly support this and will be happy to entertain any questions.
Members, do you have any questions on Senate Bill 300? And I'm not sure if there's anyone here from the Department of Health and Human Services, Healthcare Financing and Policy to speak to their fiscal note at $925,500. Good evening. You two have been with us all day for a few days.
Good evening, Madam Chair, committee members, Ann Jensen, Nevada Medicaid. This fiscal note has been amended. I believe it is updated on Nellis, but I will walk through it if not. It's a bit more complicated because the state share comes from two sources, one being the state general fund and the other being the hospital tax. So the federally qualified health center portion of the bill comes from the general fund. That total in fiscal year 26 is $77,943. In fiscal year 27, it is $104,981. For the hospital tax portion, this is aligned with the medication-assisted therapy portion of the bill, and that total in fiscal year 26 is $121,684, and in fiscal year 27 is $382,542. I'm happy to share details on the totals as well if that's helpful, as well as the federal share.
And Senator, these totals were not included in the governor's executive budget, correct?
Madam Chair, committee members, Ann Jensen for the record, that is correct, but those totals do align with the appropriations in reprint 2 of the bill.
Perfect. Thank you, members. Any questions? All right, not seeing any. We'll ask you to step back and take a seat. And we'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 300.
Good evening, may I? Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am Sarah Adler, tonight representing the Nevada Opioid Treatment Association. And I just want to speak very quickly to two fiscal points. Nevada pays the lowest rate in the nation for medication-assisted treatment. Our opioid treatment providers lose money with every Medicaid enrollee, which has limited their capacity to treat. But I also want to add that a 2017 study showed that Medicaid recipients who receive MOUD
costs $5,730 fewer in Medicaid dollars each year because they're receiving treatment and avoiding acute and ER costs. That is compared to Medicaid enrollees who have an addiction problem but are not receiving MOUDs. So thank you very much. We encourage your support of this bill.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Keith Swanson. That's spelled Keith Swanson, and I am the medical director of the Life Change Center, which is a federally certified opiate treatment program with 3 clinics in northern Nevada. We know that opiate use disorder and other addictions are brain diseases that are chronic and, if untreated, are fatal. It is also a matter of public safety because addiction drives individuals to do whatever it takes to get their drug. The treatment requires time and resources, including a team that is trained in the treatment of this disease. That includes physicians, nurses, counselors, and peers. A large percentage of our patients are covered by Medicaid. Unfortunately, Medicaid reimbursement rates are below the actual cost of providing treatment. The key rate that is addressed in this bill has not been increased in 45 years. With the passage and implementation of this bill, clinics will be able to expand their staff, expand their hours, and open new facilities to provide vital care that Nevadans need, enabling them to achieve stability, gain employment, and be successful parents as well as contributing members of the community. As a person who works face-to-face daily with people seeking recovery, I would greatly appreciate your support of SB 300. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Mayese. I'm the president of SEIU Local 1107. I just want to thank Senator Darrell Loop as well as First Med for bringing this bill forward. We represent about 1,100 employees at Family Services, and then we represent about 234 who work at Child Haven Campus. So this bill is really vital to the children who need the care from First Med. So thank you. We support this bill, and we encourage you to do the same.
Thank you so much. You can go ahead.
For the record, my name is Mark Ellis, President of Communication Workers of America. Ditto.
You can go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. My name is Sabrina Schnur, SABRINA, and I'm here on behalf of the Nevada Primary Care Association, which is the state's federally qualified health centers. We would just like to ditto Ms. Foley and our partners at First Med. They always say it better than I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to our phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 300.
To testify in support of Senate Bill 300, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. Then we'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 300, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to our phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 300.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 300, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 300, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we will go to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 300.
If you would like to testify in neutral for Senate Bill 300, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. We will ask the sponsor of the bill if you have any closing remarks. And with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 300. Members, I've just received a text from leadership that both the Senate and the Assembly are being called back to their floors. So we're going to be in recess And from what I hear, if the text is not lying to me, we're only going to be there for a few minutes, which in legislative time can mean an hour. And then we'll be back here. So we will stand in recess. The Ways and Means Committee will come back to order, and we will open with open the hearing for Senate Bill 403, which is a measure that revises provisions relating to education. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. It's so great to be here for the first time in a long time. For the record, I'm Assemblymember Selena Torres-Fawcett, and I am presenting this bill on behalf of our colleague, Senator Don Darrell Loop, who's on the floor of the Senate right now. But because I am chair of the Education Committee and I've already had the time to thoroughly vet this piece of legislation, and a member of the Commission of Innovation and Excellence in Education, I felt it appropriate that I jump in to support our colleague in presenting SB 403. This measure is a partial result of the work that the Nevada Commission on Innovation and Excellence completed after the passage of Senate Bill 425 in the 2023 legislative session. The body of work accomplished is extensive, with more work to be done. Because of budget constraints and the need to begin the process of setting up the building blocks for change, this bill includes at least one major component from each set of recommendations as brought forth by the working groups of the Commission. Senate Bill 403 seeks to hold schools and districts accountable by properly measuring their progress and success, and aims to modernize Nevada's education system by enhancing career exploration opportunities and strengthening competency-based learning. Improving Nevada's education system is crucial to preparing students for the future. Nevada's economy is rapidly evolving, with industries such as technology, advanced manufacturing, and healthcare requiring a workforce with specialized skills and adaptable learning experiences. However, our current education system is still largely based on a traditional model that prioritizes seat time over the mastery of skills. This approach does not always accommodate students' diverse learning styles or career aspirations, nor does it fully align with the demands of a 21st century economy. Senate Bill 403 introduces several key provisions designed to enhance educational outcomes in the state of Nevada. It creates a subcommittee on metrics under the Commission on Innovation, Excellence, and Education. This subcommittee will be responsible for developing metrics schools and districts can use to assess performance. Metrics developed by the Subcommittee for Learning Outcomes must be based on growth. I know there's been a lot of conversations in this committee with the governor's education bill, as well as the Senate Majority Leader's bill, SB 460, in regards to how we can hold schools accountable. And the work of this subcommittee definitely align and support that work and that vision. The bill also strengthens career exploration by requiring students in grades 6 through 8 to receive occupational guidance and counseling, and requiring Nevada's Department of Education to post on its website career exploration resources for students. It also directs the Board of Economic Development to make recommendations regarding incentives for businesses to provide career explorations, opportunities, and technologies to facilitate career explorations for students. Furthermore, the bill allows the Office of Economic Development to require businesses certain tax incentives to offer career exploration experiences for students. Lastly, the bill revises certain provisions relating to competency-based learning by allowing NDE to establish a timeline and action plan for implementing competency-based learning as an alternative to traditional credit hour requirements. Now, to discuss the funding requests of the bill, they include $25,000 each year of the biennium for the Commission and the Subcommittee on Metrics for meeting expenses to continue their work, $68,910 for 0.5 FTE each year of the biennium, and $2,250,000 for contracts with qualified entities on professional development, competency-based learning programs, and developing additional recommendations by the Commission. In closing, SB 403 represents a strategic effort to modernize Nevada's educational system, ensuring our students are well prepared for the future. At this time, I'm ready for any very detailed questions in regards to this piece of legislation.
Thank you for filling in. We do have some questions, and I hope that you can answer these very detailed questions. We're going to start with Assemblymember Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just was looking at, looking at this bill, it looked like there were some transferable tax credits. Looking at Section 10, it looks like it's expanding opportunities for tax credits through the Governor's Office of Economic Development. Is there a plan on this other than just, and I don't know if you really know this, but now I'm curious because I was looking at it, the availability are they planning to increase these tax credits, or is it just simply that it's expanding access to these tax credits?
Thank you for that question, Assemblymember Bacchus. In an effort to just be transparent, I will get back to you.
Thank you so much. I look forward to learning more about that. Other than that, and you noted for the record that the fiscal impact was included already in reprint too at sections 24 through 26 as well. Right, Assemblymember?
Yes, that's correct.
I have some more questions, Assemblymember. So this bill, and one of the appropriations was $2.9 million over the 2025-27 biennium. And we may need to call a friend if a friend is here. Can you explain what the planned uses and needs for this general fund appropriation are?
Thank you. Assemblymember Torres Fawcett, for the record, can you refer me to the exact section? Because I know there's quite a few appropriations listed in this piece of legislation.
This would be in section 24, but I'm thinking this 2.9 may be the total, and it may be really 2.3. So let me take a look at section.
Assemblymember Torres Fawcett, for the record, yeah, I think that's a collective total because what I have, I think in section 25, it does refer to the $2,250,000. So there's a couple different things that the total allotment of funds is doing. So the first allotment of $68,910 in fiscal year 25-26 and 26-27, that is for the Commission on Innovation, Excellence, and Education. And so that's so that the commission can continue that work. The commission's outlined earlier in this piece of legislation who it consists of, but it has several members. So that allows for the department to continue to support that work. In section 25, the $2,250,000 refers to the Department of Education's ability to enter into a contract with entities to provide professional development to teachers and administrators, specifically as it pertains to competency-based education, further assisting this Commission on Innovation Excellence with developing recommendations, and to support the department with the implementation of those recommendations. So that's going to be that larger amount of funds. In section 22.5, it does refer to an appropriation of about $500,000 combined, and that is for personnel to carry out the duties and responsibilities in this part of the bill. And lastly, there is another allocation of $50,000 in total throughout the biennium to cover travel and expenses for the members of the commission.
Thank you so much. And I'm not sure if you're also familiar with AB 571 that also set aside money for the Commission on Innovation and Excellence. But it looks like that there was funding asked for in that bill for $500,000. And then looking at SB 403, we have the allocation under Section 25 for the $2.25 million. And I don't know if you would know this. I was just curious what that would all be looked at. And I was going to look up, and I think there still may be a fiscal note that it didn't get caught, but it may have gotten caught in our reprint too for the department's need for the 7 new FTE. Let me take a look at that. If you have knowledge about the 2 overlapping amounts that were both sought in 2 different bills, if it's anticipated that the commission would need both of those monies?
Is there anyone here from the Department of Education? All righty then.
I do not have that answer for you. Assemblymember Torres Fawcett, for the record, I don't have that answer for you at the top of my head, and I don't have anybody from the department here to support at this time, but I'm happy to find that answer and get a response by tomorrow.
Assembly Member Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for jumping in so quickly to help out one of our colleagues. My question actually is kind of to add on to what was the first question of Vice Chair Bacchus's. And it had to do with the agreements that are many times repeated in the law. It looks like, I think it's repeated at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different times, like 12.4, 13.4, 14.4D, da-da-da-da-da. And it has to do with the fact that I think, if I'm understanding it correctly, that if there are any sort of abatements or agreements that are going to be entered for companies, that one of the items that GOED may add to part of that agreement is that a part-time instructor for the industry itself could be required. But I'm just wondering if you know if that instructor needs to actually be licensed in the state of Nevada, or if it would need to be somebody that is near the state, that is simply in the same building.
Assemblymember Torres Fawcett, for the record, can you refer to the section and page number, please?
Not a problem. One of them is on page 29, lines 11 through 18. Another time it's almost and that would be section 14.4D, I think, 3D.
Assemblymember Torres Fawcett, for the record, thank you for that clarification. Obviously it's a rather large bill, so I wanted to make sure I got it correctly. So they would still be required to have whatever licensing is currently required for CTE educators in the state of Nevada. So they would still have to go through, in those cases, likely getting their business and industry license for that part of the bill.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to make sure that I had that right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for stepping in. The majority of the questions that I had, and apparently a number of the members, my vice chair, NDE would need to answer about the appropriations, their fiscal note, and their need for additional positions. So,
Thank you. Assemblymember Torres Fawcett, for the record. What I'm going to do as soon as I am back up there is I'm going to send an email to the Nevada Department of Education with the questions that were asked in regards to the abatement, as well as the questions as they pertain to the need for those FTE positions. So if there's anything specific you'd like included, please let me know, and I'm happy to get that information for us.
I will do that. Thank you so much, because the tax abatement seems to be created in sections 9 through 23 of the bill, so it's interesting language. Well, thank you so much, and we will call to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 403. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name's Mary Przensky, here representing Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and we are in support of the work that the commission has done and in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. My name is Nicole Flangas, Flangas, here on behalf of the Nevada Association of School Boards, so all the trustees across the state. We too appreciate that what this bill takes is recommendations from the Commission, and we look forward to the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Chair. Leonardo Benavides, representing UNLV, here in support of SB 403. We want to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Michael Flores, the University of Nevada, Reno, ditto.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City, and no one at the table in Las Vegas. Broadcast, do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 403?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 403, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for support.
Thank you so much. We will move to opposition. If we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 403, I invite you to the tables in Carson City and Las Vegas. And I'm not seeing anyone approach the tables in either spot. We'll go back to the phone line to see if we have anyone on the phone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 403.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 403, press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you. We will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 403, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone approach the table, and either in Carson City or Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 403.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 403, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. We have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. Do you have a question? Okay, we're going to go to my colleague for a comment. Go ahead.
I think I might have a question that Assembly Member Torres might be able to answer. Are you sure you're really on the Commission for Innovation Excellence in Education? I've been going for 2 years. I've never seen you there.
Assemblymember Torres Fawcett, for the record, thank you for that question, Assemblymember Koenig. I was recently appointed to the commission, so you haven't seen me there, but I am so excited to be a member alongside you on the commission.
Thank you. And with that, we will close the hearing for Senate Bill 403. Moving on, we are going to open the hearing for Senate Bill 182, which revises provisions relating to the staffing of healthcare facilities. And Senator Nguyen has sent a phone a friend because the Senate is on the floor. Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Appreciate you all hearing this bill, and I know it's a late night, so we'll try to go through this pretty briefly. But so Senate Bill 180. First off, I want to thank Senator Rochelle Nguyen, as Chair mentioned, she is at the floor. But Senate Bill 182 is our nurse staffing patient ratio bill. Basically, it's going to apply to hospitals and counties with that are counties of 100,000 or more with 70 or licensed with 70 or more beds. And so this bill basically will establish the ratios that a patient or that a nurse or certified nursing assistant can see at a time. And I'll walk through the components of the bill really quick. So sections 2 and 4 basically define what direct care nurse, service staffing, and technical staff are. Sections 5 and 6 establish service and technical staffing ratio or staffing committee. Section 7 establishes a reporting measure by these staffing committees to the Legislative Council Bureau. Section 8 establishes the patient ratios for different types of direct care nurses and certified nursing assistants. Section 8 also lays out the required break coverage to maintain these ratios. That's where a bulk of this of the bill lies here. Section 9 requires daily record keeping by hospitals of duty hours of the nurses, nursing assistants. Section 9.5 establishes exceptions to the staffing ratios under state of emergencies. Section 10 establishes the ability for the Labor Commissioner to collaborate with the division to ensure compliance and establish a process to receive and investigate reported violations. Sections 11 and 14 are just add additional language, adding sections 2 and 10 to existing NRS. Section 15 creates protections for employees that report the violations. Section 16 and 17 is more additional clarifying language. Section 18 has the existing nurse, and then technical and service staffing committees that are being created to collaborate together. Section 19 requires the staffing plans to be signed off by members of these committees, and then Section 22 allows the investigation of alleged violations. It aligns the investigation process with the current Medicaid and Medicare operations manual from the state. So that's the quick walkthrough of the bill. I also have Renee Ruiz from NNU joining me, and in Las Vegas I also have Jody Dominic. And so I'm going to toss it over to Jody to do a quick intro from there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jody Dominic, for the record. Thank you for hearing us in this late evening. My name is Jody Dominic. I have been a nurse for 20 years. I am also Secretary Treasurer of SEIU 1107, the largest union of healthcare and public sector workers in Nevada. Currently, there are no patient ratios that are required in hospitals. While there may be individual ratios in hospitals, they aren't always followed. And they are not up to the guidelines set forth by the specialty organizations that demonstrate the best outcomes. In addition to lacking ratios, oftentimes there may be understaffing where hours are cut, and that leaves more patients per nurse. We also have issues with nurses leaving the bedside due to burnout. We know that 33% of new nurses leave their job within the first year and 50% by the second year. We know that we need more nurses in Nevada, and this legislature has done a lot of work to increase our nurses, and we are now seeing that, but now we need to work on the working conditions to keep those nurses in Nevada. When there are assignments of 10 patients, which there have been, that is 6 minutes per patient per hour. That is all the care that can be provided is 6 minutes. And that's not counting breaks or charting. So we know that we need to improve the conditions in Nevada for the people of Nevada and for the nurses in Nevada. Currently, there are ADOs available. That is assignments despite objection. Those are times when the nurse fills out the form stating that the assignment is not safe. In the last 4 years, there were nearly 6,000 assignment despite objections forms completed from just 2 hospitals. Every one of those forms represents an assignment that is unsafe for the patients. We know that mortality rates increase for each patient over 4 by up to 16% for each patient. It is dangerous for every patient when a nurse has more than the recommended ratio. We know that nurses are leaving the bedside. Through the hearing of this bill, there have been nurses that have testified repeatedly that they would return to the bedside if it was safe to work at the bedside again. There is a lot of pressure when we are responsible for people's lives. And when we have too many patients, we are still as equally responsible for those lives. And we take that very seriously. So we know that nursing graduates leave the state to go to states where there are ratios, where it is safer to work. We know that in states that have passed ratios, nursing school registration has increased. So we want support for this bill to increase patient safety, to retain our nurses, and to improve the healthcare in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jody had touched on a lot of the different impacts of this bill. Some additional ones are the impact of ratios on medical cost. And once again, my name is Dakota Hoskins. I'm the political director for SEIU Local 1107. I probably missed that, so I apologize. And so the additional impacts on this are the medical costs. So the improving staffing conditions will also improve patient safety and patient outcomes. But right now, when we have lack of staffing ratios or lack of proper safe ratios, what oftentimes happens is these patients get insufficient care. They get readmitted to hospitals, and oftentimes those hospitals are not reimbursed for those costs. And it also is continuing to put a strain on how many patients these hospitals are having, and the strain on the patients on the nurses themselves. And the actual 2021 New York study found that had these ratios that we're talking about been in place, it would have saved hospitals $720 million over just 2 years. So it's been shown throughout different states that it certainly saves money. As Jody had mentioned also, in states that have implemented this, the effects on staffing has been very clear as well. Our states that have done this have seen RN applications actively grow, and when they first passed them, they actually grew at 3 times the rate of what they anticipated. So the idea that we're going to not just retain our nurses that we're working so hard to develop, but we're also going to be able to attract nurses into the state is also going to be a huge impact of Senate Bill 182. And lastly, it's also, and most importantly, it's going to have a great impact on patient health. So Two studies have shown, and I know Jody had mentioned in the Pennsylvania study that showed for every time a patient is added to a nurse's workload, it increases their odds of 30-day mortality by 16%. But on top of that, that same New York study I quoted that said they were going to save all that money, on top of saving that money, they would save an estimated 4,300 lives over those 2 years. Those are 4,300 lives that were lost just because they didn't have proper ratios. So ultimately, our point here with Senate Bill 182 is that it will save money by reducing negative patient outcomes in readmission. It's going to the safe staffing will also help retain and bring back nurses to our bedside that we are losing. And it's also going to help save lives by ensuring nurses can provide the proper care that patients and so many of our friends and family when they go to the hospital deserve. And with that, we will open it up to questions.
Thank you so much. I know that we have a few questions. I'm going to start with Assemblymember Mosca, then Assemblymember O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you.
Before you do start, members, this bill has not had a policy hearing in the Assembly. So like I said at the start of our meeting hours ago, there were a few bills on our agenda that had not had a policy hearing. This is a policy and a fiscal hearing. Okay? Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And thank you for this bill. And I know that you had talked some about the positive impacts of other states that had the state ratios for the nurses. So could you talk about what those other states are and then what the impacts have been? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Dakota Hoskins, Political Director for SEIU Local 1107, through the chair to you. So a couple states that have ratios, California, New York, Oregon, Massachusetts, all have current staffing ratios in some form in law. But also states like Pennsylvania, Georgia, Maine, Illinois, New Jersey, Hawaii, and Connecticut also have pending legislation. And I can tell you, so we're going to use California's because they have had the ratios in place the longest. It's been over 20 years. But they've actually seen the number of their RNs increase by 60,000 in applications. The RNs increased by 6,000 and their applications for RNs increased by 60% over what they anticipated. And I'll actually pass it over to Renee from NNU, who can speak to this a little more as well.
Renee Ruiz, RENEERUIZ, from National Nurses United, National Nurses Organizing Committee of Nevada, and representing the interest of over 3,000 RNs in the state of Nevada. So yes, where the most documentation comes from is from the state of California, where my union was California Nurses Association at the time, did implement the staffing ratios. And from there, we had seen a drastic return to the bedside, prolonged careers of nurses, and nurses wanting to move to California in order to be within the safe staffing ratios. I can go into further detail, or is there other specifics?
Thanks, Chair. No, just to hear what benefits there have been, so that's pretty helpful to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember O'Neill.
Chair, if I may, I have actually several questions. If I may, ma'am, you said you were in California as a nurse, but you came to Nevada?
Madam Chair, through you to the Assembly member. No, sir, I'm not an RN. I've worked with the RNs for, I've worked with nurses for more than 15 years now, but no, I'm not an RN.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood you. But it sounds like we have a tremendous nursing, is really what you're saying. We have a tremendous nursing shortage in Nevada, even though we've increased our teacher-to-patient ratio in the nursing schools. We've increased the number of schools in the state. We still have a shortage. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
Dakota Hoskins, SEIU Local 1107, to the chair to you. So we don't believe we have a nursing shortage. We have a lack of safe working conditions. So as Jody had mentioned, we are seeing nurses in their first year leaving their job. We're having turnover of nurses in their first year. They're over 30%, and in their second year, 50%. So we are training nurses, but due to the unsafe working conditions and to the high rates of burnout that we are seeing so many nurses leave. And actually a study nationally have shown that, to show you that it's not just here in Nevada, but 31% of nurses who left their job did so due to burnout, and 190,000 state nationally RNs under 40 intend to leave within the next 2 years. So realistically, we don't believe it's a nursing shortage. We need to improve working conditions so that nurses want to stay, and when we develop nurses, they continue to and they're in this career. It becomes a career. They're not just there for a year or two.
Madam Chair, again, to the Assemblyperson, may I step in?
You can
and-
go
and-
just to the member. That's
Okay,
fine.
to the member. Okay, thank you. I do have actually some statistics from in Nevada. The number of inactive RN licenses in February of 2025 has increased by 12,617, or 26% since 2020. The number of employed RNs in Nevada in May of 2023, the most recent year available from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, has increased by 2,470, or 11% since 2020. In contrast, Nevada's population in 2024, the most recent year available from the U.S. Census Bureau, had increased by only 5.2% since 2020. So we actually have increased our RNs and our RSNs with licensure here in the state. The idea, and I know that a lot of, the employers for the nurses that we represent always talk about a nursing shortage, but the statistics actually do show that we have an increase in RNs. It has not been a decrease, and we do not have a shortage of RNs. But we do champion growing more RNs with the additional openings in the schools of nursing, and we really do pump that up.
May I follow? I apologize. I'm really confused because you say we've got more nurses now. The gentleman next to you say they're leaving in the first year or by the second year. So either there's more coming in then, is that the way I understand it, that are going out? I look at it as a pot of water. It's got a hole in it. And you're saying it's actually filling up more than it's emptying out. Is that what I understand? Although we're still 49th in the nation in nurses to patient ratio, correct?
So thank you, Assemblymember Dakota Austin's SEIU Local 1107. I think to your point, that shows the great work that the body has done to develop nurses, but we are still losing so many. So if we're wanting to have more nurses employed at hospitals, we need to have the conditions. This body has done a great job with different type of programs to develop our nurses, but we are still even though it's growing, the number could be drastically higher, but we are continuously losing them every year due to burnout or due to them leaving to another state or anything of that nature.
It's very similar to what I hear with teachers, the burnout in other professions. I mean, burnout is normal in any profession. In law enforcement, usually most police officers will leave within the first 5 years. They just can't take it anymore. It's seldom will you find anything over 5 years. But answer me this, wouldn't getting more nurses into Nevada help this issue?
Again, Renee Reese for the record. So bringing, let me break this down. We have nurses that have an RN license. The reality is the working conditions in the facilities, because they are in unsafe ratios. There is unsafe practices going on in the facilities. Although those nurses have licenses, they don't want to go into those unsafe conditions. So when we have the number of RNs, this bill would bring more nurses back. This would save on the burnout. This would put those folks to work. That's what this bill is about, and we would absolutely have more nurses that would want to apply for licensure in Nevada because they would want to take those jobs in the safer conditions.
And I think I've just got one more question then, Chair, if I may. So I assume these nurses are reporting these unsafe conditions to the hospital, and the hospitals are coming in, or the licensing boards are coming in and investigating, and are shutting down hospitals then, if it's so prevalent from what you're saying, correct?
Dakota Austin's political director, to you. As we mentioned earlier, we've already had, just in 2 hospitals, there's been 6,000 assignments despite objections, and that's just ones that get filed. The way that it currently works is the division is allowed to implement whatever they have in current NRS. There is a certain set of disciplinary measures that the division can take. It's not required though; it's a may. And we've actually left that the same in this bill even. So the division is able to investigate these despite objections. They also are allowed to do it through the staffing committees. Unfortunately, what we've actually seen is a lot of these staffing committees either are not being held at all or they're being completely ignored, even though that is currently in NRS. So I would say right now, there would be a question of if the division wants to enforce those. We have not seen any hospitals close, and I don't think any of us wants to see any hospitals close. Like, I think ultimately we want to be able to provide the patient care that every Nevadan deserves. What I will say though, in states that have done staffing ratios, because I don't know if this may be to your point, we have yet to see any state show, any place that has staffing ratios show they've had a hospital close due to staffing ratios.
And Chair, if I apologize, Chair, this is very interesting to me. Statistics are wonderful. They'll say exactly what you want to say when you want to say that. Tell me you've got 6,000 complaints. How many are justified, I guess? That's what I'm trying to get to. How many are truly justified out of 6,000 complaints in the last few years? And sir, maybe I could take up more time. My office is 3153. I'll be here tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. and we can talk about this some more.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the time. I truly do appreciate it.
You're welcome to have the time, but when you talk about what's justified, that could be subject to one man's opinion, so. Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for presenting today and waiting all day to present this information. My questions have to do with both Section 5 and Section 18. Section 5 is the documented staffing plan section, I believe, and then Section 18 has to do with the nursing staffing committee, which works kind of together. So I've got two questions. The first is for both of those, are the individuals who are elected, it sounds like, from the other members of that area, are they compensated for that time? Is that considered to be on the clock time, or are these individuals being asked to volunteer their time?
Thank you, Assemblymember Dakota Austin's Political Director of SEIU Local 07. I'm going to pass it to Jody Dominic. She can probably speak to this a little bit better, being that she works in the hospital.
Jody Dominic, for the record, I have been on that staffing committee. It is considered work time. It is outside of your normal scheduled hours on the floor. And I can, if it's okay, if I could address a previous question. Those assignment despite objections, nurses are the most trusted profession. We are responsible to the standards of care for every patient we take care of. When you have additional patients, it means that eventually that care could be compromised. Every nurse works very hard to have that not happen, but it is always a dangerous situation. It means a patient may not get turned when they need to. And if that does arise, that is the nurses who did not meet that standard of care, and it comes down on the nurse's license. So when we say unsafe, we mean that our nursing license may be in jeopardy by not meeting the standard of care. And when we have too many patients, something may fall through the cracks due to the lack of time. The staffing committees, when these ADOs are heard, often the responses, there were call-ins that day, or yes, we had additional patients. They weren't necessarily corrected or even thoroughly investigated. So that is how those are typically addressed. But that is, everyone represents a situation where the nurse did not feel they were able to provide that safe care in that situation. Thank you.
So thank you for answering that, the other question as well. But I'm thinking, continuing on with in particular, the nursing staffing committee, when it comes to Section 19 of the bill, and it says at this time, the documented staffing plan must, I guess I'm on page 19, Section 19, 1B1, basically lines 27 through 33. If the staffing plan is not agreed to, is that not the current practice, or is this one where where a nursing staffing committee could say this is what we want, and somebody could be like, well, that's just tough luck? I mean, what is the current practice, or is this not something that is utilized in our state, but is currently utilized in other states?
I'm going to once again pass it to Jody Dominic.
My experience on the committees and what has been reported from other nurses that have been the nursing representative on committees is that while it is supposed to have equal member representation, the hospital can at any time adjust those ratios shift by shift. They can go outside of them, and there's no accountability outside of the ADO forum for breaking that staffing plan. And we have seen those staffing plans not followed repeatedly, but there is currently no follow-up other than the ADO's forms.
So if I could just ask a clarifying question, and I forgot to write down your name, so if you could state your name the next time you answer the question.
Jody Dominic for the record.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Dominic. So just to make sure I've got this right, at this time, this idea of the nursing staffing plan is not present, but if it were to be present, every time the nursing staffing plan was not able to be covered, there should be a documentation of that from this committee. Is that what I'm understanding you to say?
Per the previous NRS and the staffing committees, I don't know that the hospital actually maintained that documentation every time it was outside of that plan. The staffing committee would meet and come up with those plans and at times hear the ADO forms, but I don't believe the hospital was reporting every time they were outside those staffing guidelines to that committee. Mostly it was the ADO reviews and when somebody would come to the committee and address that they were outside of ratios, but there was no actual follow-up or follow-through or kind of accountability for the times when they were outside of the staffing plan.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here at this very late hour. I do have a couple of questions, really around data. We've done a little bit of work this legislative session around licensure data and who is actually practicing. In your presentation, you stated that there is no shortage of RNs and that we do have our licensed RNs continue to grow. I'm curious to know, though, is there a survey data to identify, are our licensed RNs practicing in Nevada? Are they practicing in telemedicine? Are they practicing in what types of facilities are they practicing? Do we actually have the drill down data that can tell us where our RNs are?
Thank you, Assemblymember Dakota Hoskins, for the record. It's actually a great question. As far as I understand, and someone may correct me, we do not register nurses in the state of Nevada, so we only know if they're licensed, but we do not know where they work, how they work, or anything like that. And so that's, unfortunately, makes that a little bit difficult to answer. I think there are different ways to look that up, but I wouldn't give you anything concrete, so I wouldn't want to give you that.
Thank you. Follow-up, Chair. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. I think that's one of the things that we're going to continue to try to work on, right, so that we can actually really have factual information to be able to drill down where do we need additional help. And then my second question is, you identified 6,000 complaints. For me, that's a very big red flag. Over what time period were those 6,000 complaints? Where did they come from? And was there a state audit? And potentially that's for LCB. Like, is there an audit relative to those 6,000 complaints, and how are we handling that?
Thank you, Assemblymember Dakota Hoskins, for the record. So it was over, I believe, 4 years. It was only 2 of our hospitals that we've collected it from. I believe the 2, and correct me if I'm wrong, were UMC and Sunrise Hospital, I believe, were the 2 that those 6,000 complaints came from. Obviously, and I don't know if NNU has additional ones. That's just, we represent the HCA, some of the folks at HCA hospitals as is NNU, and some additional ones. So that's just from 2 of those. I'm sure we can try to get you some more as well.
Thank you for that. I would love to see the rest of that data, right? Well, we have 6,000 complaints, and you know, I serve a few thousand people myself in, you know, the job that I do after I leave here. You know, there can be numbers of complaints, but I'm curious to know numbers of substantiated complaints, numbers that had investigations, was there disciplinary action, like who's at fault? I would love to see the rest of the data, just as a follow-up.
Yes, ma'am, to follow up on your question, yes, NNU, we do have.
If you could state your name for the record every time you speak.
I'm
I
sorry.
know it's repetitive, but.
That's okay. I'm so sorry. Again, my name is Renee Ruiz with National Nurses United, and we do have a few thousand from the 4 years that are in addition to the ones that SEIU has collected in the facilities that we work in as well. To further that, the current staffing committee is required to submit to the LCB yearly a report. However, our RNs that are doing bedside don't really have a lot of influence, and those on those reports, and those reports are very hard to come by, and they kind of get lost in the mix. And I'm not sure that they get turned over to you all regularly to actually review. But we know from where we're at, as far as those assignment despite objection forms, and that's kind of it really is documentation of a nurse saying that their license is being violated, or they feel that in order to protect their license, they need to document. So they don't really go through what we would call a normal disciplinary path because it's going from nurse to facility. So I don't know necessarily that we would be able to actually put that in data in a report form. However, we could bring individuals who had filled out those assignment despite objection forms, who would be more than happy to share their individual stories of maybe how those that either protect them from discipline or may change, right? But they don't happen very often, and that's why that we have thousands from multiple hospitals in southern and northern Nevada yearly.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. Thank you for that information. I appreciate that. I really do look forward to following up with the Division of Health and Human Services here within the state, right? As our regulatory body, we do want to make sure that we have safe and wonderful working conditions for our nurses, understanding that. I really would like to just drill down to get some more into the data. You really don't have, I mean, it's good. Thank you.
And if I may, Chair, Dakota Hoskins for the record. That's to your point about, and I think both to a few of your questions regarding the ADOs and things like that. That's also the key component of why this bill also holds Section 10, which I believe is also why it has that's the one that has the fiscal note to it. It basically allows the Labor Commissioner to investigate violations and alleged. They need a full-time employee. That's what it's for. In case anyone asks that.
You're so welcome. Assembly Member Dickman.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. You talked about internal staffing agreements and how they're broken. I'm just kind of curious, what would take precedence, the federal EMTALA laws or internal staffing agreements?
Again, Madam Chair, Renee Ruiz with National Nurses United. So the best way that I can explain it and understand it, and actually Jody in Las Vegas may be able to weigh in on this as well. EMTALA is different. That is like that you were required to be seen at the emergency room if you present, versus breaking of a staffing plan, right? So that's, I mean, they're kind of apples and oranges, and they don't really intersect in the same way. So one wouldn't supersede the other necessarily.
So wouldn't a hospital, have a problem though if they broke that law because they were trying to keep the internal staffing agreement? If it got super busy, or
I believe Jody's going to weigh in on.
Jody Dominic for the record. Currently, hospitals are following EMTALA, so patients are getting seen. They are getting seen at ratios that nurses have identified as being unsafe. They are getting seen per EMTALA by a provider, but they are getting nursing care at ratios that are not safe to provide the level of nursing care based on the nurse's judgment. And we trust nurses' judgment for a lot of things. And here we have evidence when the nurses are saying that this is not safe staffing ratios to be able to provide that care. So EMTALA means they will get seen. This does put the onus back on the hospitals to ensure proper staffing to meet that ratio, but EMTALA should not be jeopardized in any way, shape, or form because the hospital has lots of avenues that they can use to continue to staff appropriately. There have been hospitals that are sending nurses home during shifts instead of keeping them on pay to be available. There are on-call wages. There are ways to keep nurses available if they have an influx or a change in census. So there are, some of the hospitals have their own staffing organizations. So there are lots of ways to meet this ratio that absolutely don't jeopardize EMTALA. Currently, we are still seeing those patients just with unsafe nursing care. So our goal is to still see those patients meet EMTALA, but with better care. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Torres Fawcett.
Thank you for bringing this piece of legislation. My husband's actually in nursing school, so he's talked to me a lot about some of the issues that he's heard from his professors in nursing, specifically that many of them left working in a hospital to be a professor because of the amount of patients that they had to serve, and that they felt that they were required to serve too many patients, that they couldn't provide adequate quality of care, and that's so important. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what states the similar legislation has already passed, and what the benefits have been for the nursing profession and healthcare as a whole.
Sure. Thank you, Assemblymember Dakota Hoskins, SEIU Local 1107. So a few states that have actually passed this legislation, or versions of it, or this legislation was California, New York, Oregon, Massachusetts, all have some version of staffing ratios in law. Pennsylvania, Georgia, Maine, Illinois, New Jersey, Hawaii, and Connecticut all have pending legislation. And then, as I think we had mentioned earlier, so I can tell you we used California mainly because they've had it the longest, so you can draw the most data from it. And they actually saw that their RNs increased by about 60,000 in terms of application, and then their applications actually increased by 60%. And their actively licensed RNs grew at 3 times the rate per year versus the year prior to the staffing ratios being put into place. So the staffing improved, and then as the data we've kind of talked about through this hearing, the patient care has improved, right? The lack of readmission, the reduction in readmissions, the reduction in, just general, we've been seeing the hospitals are able to save more money, the patients are getting better care, and the nurses, they're able to continue to grow their nursing staff.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because when I did have the opportunity to speak to a couple different nursing organizations and institutions over in California, they explained that even their programs are so competitive that you can finish a program there and it's almost difficult to find a job as a nurse because it's so competitive. So could you speak to some of the impact that has then as a whole?
Madam Chair, may I take this question? Jody Dominic for the record. We are graduating more nurses than ever. I'm also a nurse educator, and we are seeing more nurses graduate than ever. We are still seeing nurses that are going to other states because it is a safer place to practice. So while we are graduating more nurses than ever, we are still having nurses leave for those states with those ratios because they are safer to practice in. If an error to a patient occurs, the nurses may still be at fault, even though they had patients above the recommended ratios. Even if the hospital staffing plan can say a number, it doesn't necessarily mean it is the safest number. And the nurse fills out those ADOs. So it is scary for a new graduate nurse to learn in conditions where they may be put in unsafe positions. I had a former student that had 10 patient assignment as a new grad and said, how am I supposed to be the nurse I was taught to be with 10 patients? So there are nurses who leave because of that. So we are seeing lots of nurses. It is competitive to get jobs here. There are not that many postings for positions, and we are seeing hospitals that are actually sending nurses home, cutting hours, things like that right now. So if we can absolutely meet the need of the patients and staff them safely. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Welcome, Senator Nguyen.
Thank you, Chair. Rochelle Nguyen for the record. I'm sure you've been in wonderful hands, so I don't know if you have any questions for me, but I'm sure that they have presented this bill in the way that I intended it to be presented and what our intent was in bringing this forth.
Members, do you have any other questions? Assemblymember Hibbets.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to pivot a little bit here to the fiscal side. Just a quick question. I noticed on the reprint, DHHS removed their fiscal note, but we don't have an updated one from the Labor Commissioner. Can you, is the Labor Commissioner going to reduce that at all, or is it just not affected?
Thank you, Assemblymember Dakota Hoskins, for the record. I will try my best not to speak for the Labor Commissioner. From what I understand, we've had discussions when we implemented Section 10. They currently don't have from what I understand, they needed to hire a full-time employee to take in the complaints and do the investigations. So we believe that is still the accurate fiscal note from the state that was handled in an amendment.
Thank you, and I believe that DHHS was here and left, unfortunately, and I do not see anyone from the Office of the Labor Commission with us tonight, so we'll have to go ahead.
Rochelle Wynn for the record. The fiscal note is still active for the Labor Commissioner. In order to evaluate these claims, these labor claims, we would need that additional staff person. So that is a fiscal note that is accurate.
And Senator Wynn, was that included, amended into the bill, the fiscal note? Was there any general fund appropriations amended into the bill on the Senate side before coming to the Assembly?
We did not. Rochelle Wynn, we did not.
Assemblymember Hafen, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you, Senator Wynn. Thank you guys for being here to present. Did want to make two quick disclosures, Chair, and then a quick question. Disclosure one, my mother is a licensed RN in the state of Nevada. She does not work for a hospital. She's a school nurse at my son's school. And then disclosure number two is I do sit on a hospital board in Prump, Nevada. It's an unpaid position. I believe the language in the bill would not affect that hospital in any way, shape, or form because there is a population cap on there. So, but I did want to just get those two disclosures on the record for full transparency. And because I do sit on the hospital board, I know a little bit about the nursing issues in the state, at least in the rural parts. And so one of the issues that we've had is being able to hire nurses. And so we actually went and joined up with Great Basin College to start a nursing program to try to build our own, but we still haven't been able to meet our demand. And so we've been using a lot of travel nurses. And so I didn't know if in the larger counties, if we were still seeing that the demand is a lot higher, like some of the smaller counties, that you guys are having to utilize a lot of travel nurses to fill the demand or not. And I was just hoping maybe you could kind of address a little bit of that. Thank you.
Rochelle Wynn for the record. I think that's the argument from our opponents, is that there isn't enough nursing and there's a nursing shortage. And so they are reliant on travel nurses or having that. But I think I can turn this back down to Jody. She is practicing in this area. She teaches in this area, and she is she is on the ground in these hospitals teaching these future nurses. And so I think she'd be best to be able to talk about what we see as the fallacy of that, is that there are plenty of people that want to work, and they just want to work under safe conditions. So if I could turn that over to her, Chair, with your permission, that would be my request.
Jody Dominic for the record. I cannot speak for the rural hospitals. I have practiced in Las Vegas, and I do understand the challenges that may be just based on the populations in the rural areas of getting nurses. I can speak to the unit that I have worked on, and I have been there for 20 years. The first probably 12 to 14, we had traveling nurses every year during our busy season during the winter. The last several years, we have not needed traveling nurses. We have had our unit staffed where we have not used those additional traveling nurses on our unit. And this was a routine thing that we had done several years in a row. I don't have the exact numbers. This is just my personal experience. I don't have the stats on specific hospitals, but it is not as prevalent. A lot of HCA has their own staffing agency to be able to meet the fluctuation in needs of their different units. So, and as far as the hospitals that I'm aware of, we are not seeing the need for travelers right now.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? All right, not seeing any. I will have to connect with the Labor Commission because they do have a fiscal impact on this bill. There's almost 95,000 in FY '26, 116 in FY '27, and then just over 231 in future bienniums. That would have to be amended into the bill because they're a general fund funded division. So we'll have to have a conversation with them about that and you as this moves on. Seeing no other questions from the committee, I'll ask you to step back. And we'll invite to the table those that are here to testify in support. Okay.
Chair, would you mind if I stepped back into finance
No, that
to
would
hear
be
your
fine.
members' bills up
That
in
would
our
be
committee?
fine. And as I said at the top of the meeting, which was hours ago, and I'm not sure who was here to hear that, for the bills that were policy and fiscal, we will be having 30 minutes in support, 30 minutes in opposition, 30 minutes in neutral, and everyone has 2 minutes. So we will start with support testimony here in Carson City. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Monroe Moreno, members of the committee. For the record, Carlos Hernandez representing the Nevada State AFL-CIO. We'd like to echo the testimony made by SCIU 1107 as well as National Nurses United, and especially want to thank Senator Rochelle Wynn for championing this issue and sponsoring this bill, and urge the committee to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
For the record, my name is Mark Ellis, President, Communication Workers of America. It's late. We're all tired. Ditto.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Aisha Goins. I'm here in my official capacity, First Vice President of the NAACP Las Vegas 1111, and I am going to give a testimony as advocates for justice and equality. The NAACP recognizes, AESHAGOINS. Sorry, Chair, we're all tired. I'd really appreciate your service. As advocates for justice and equality for the NAACP recognizes that safe nurses to patient ratios aren't just a matter of health, they're a matter of dignity. Imagine a world where patients receive the attentive care they deserve rather than being treated like numbers in a queue. Adequate nurse staffing not only improves patient outcomes, but also empowers healthcare professionals to bring their best selves to work. After all, when a nurse can dedicate the time and attention to each patient, it's a prescription for success, one that benefits everyone. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Andrew Clark. That is CLARKE. I'm here today on behalf of New Day Nevada, an organization that cares deeply about economic justice, especially in the healthcare sector. We believe that this bill will not only improve the quality of care that patients receive, but will also allow for healthcare workers who are the backbone of our economy to improve the quality of their work-life balance. We urge your support, and we're proud to stand with SAU Local 1107. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Noe Orozco. That's N-O-E, accent over the E, O-R-O-S-C-O. And I'm with Make the Road Nevada. In the interest of brevity, we just want to join our voice with everyone who supported it, and we urge you to support it as well.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else come to the table here in Carson City to testify in support, and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone lines to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 182.
To testify in support of Senate Bill 182, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Shelby Swartz, SHELBIE-SWARTZ, and the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. I will join my colleagues in saying that we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers for support. Oh, I'm sorry, one person just raised their hand. Hold.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Liz Sorensen. I'm the President of Nevada State AFL-CIO, and I stand in support of SB 182. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
We have no additional callers for support.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition here in Carson City, I invite you to fill the chairs at the table. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Patrick Kelly with the Nevada Hospital Association. Madam Chair, I'd like to thank you for giving us a few extra minutes to address issues for our members who aren't present today. I'm going to talk about 5 reasons why you should vote no on this bill, and there are more, but I've summarized it to 5. The first is Nevadans will lose access to health care. Mandatory nurse staffing ratios decrease access to hospital care. Mandatory staffing ratios do not offer flexibility except under, they talk about the emergency circumstances, but by the time a state of emergency is issued, our patient surges are over. So let me talk to you about how the ratios limit the number of patients a hospital can admit and treat. I'll give you an example. If you have an ER and the ER has filled up because of the ratios have been met, then that ER can't take any more patients. They have to go on diversion, and that sends people away. And if you're in an emergency circumstance, you don't want to have to bypass the local hospital to go to another one. ICU patients, if you have a loved one in an ICU unit and a nurse calls off, what are you going to do? Where do you take and send that ICU patient? When you get into situations with pregnant women, the ratios in this bill are stricter than any other ratios in the country. And so if a woman comes in for a procedure like an inducement or a C-section and the unit's filled, they're going to go home. And if they come having a baby, they're probably going to have the baby in the emergency room, which is not ideal. And patients won't be able to move to different levels of care. So if someone called off on a particular unit in the hospital and a patient comes into the ER, you can't move them up to that level of care, to that unit, because the staffing ratios have been met. So, then they have to just sit in the emergency room. And if they sit in the emergency room, then guess what? The emergency room starts getting blocked up. So there's a lot of ways that patients have limited access with these ratios. Now, we've talked a little bit about the staffing committees in hospitals. So we do have the staffing committees. They meet. They don't put together schedules for 1 to 10 ratios. So the question is, well, how does that occur? It usually occurs because nurses call off. And when they call off, and they call off at the last minute, it's not always easy to find a substitute. And that's when the ratios start to become larger all the time. The other thing that occurs is that there are patient surges. We don't know when there's going to be a car accident with multiple injuries. We don't know when there's going to be a bunch of people coming in to have babies and other events. So it's very difficult to plan. So reason number 2, Nevada does have a severe nursing shortage, and there's been a lot of talk about that. Those nurses do not exist, not enough to be able to hire them. As was pointed out, Nevada ranks 46th in the nation for nurses per capita. And this next slide is really important because it shows the situation's gotten worse. From 2023 to 2025, we had a 55% increase in the shortage of registered nurses. This is how many nurses are needed for Nevada to meet the national average. And as you can see, we still need 5,000 CRNAs as well, and that's part of the ratios in the bill. There's been talk about retention. I think those retention statistics were national statistics. We have surveyed our hospitals. We have 13 reporting, and it shows that we have better retention rates than the national median. Go down a little bit further, you see that 40% of Nevada's RN license are held by by nurses with an out-of-state address. So you heard earlier that from 2020 on, there's this big increase in nurses. Well, guess what? That was during COVID. During COVID, we had to bring in thousands of nurses, traveling nurses, because we had a shortage. And so that 40%, a lot of those are people who came in for a short period, because You get licensed for 2 years, whether you're here for 1 day working or you're here for 6 months. So we have 40% of our RNs who have out-of-state addresses. Then you go to the next slide, and you'll see that 35% of our licensed RNs with an in-state address are aged 50 or older. That means that we are going to have to replace about 12,500 nurses in the next 15 years just to stay even, and our population continues to grow. So the bottom line is, by 2030, Nevada will be among the top 5 states projected to have the most pronounced nursing shortage in the country. So we do not have an abundance of nurses. So reason number 3 to vote against this, and that is Nevada has a fragile healthcare delivery system. You probably don't get to sit in the health committees as much as I do, but this topic comes up over and over again. So, we know a lot of these statistics. Millions of Nevadans live in a federally designated health professional shortage area. And I'm not going to go through each one, but you can go back and look at it. One other example of how fragile our healthcare delivery system is that hospital emergency rooms are used as primary care clinics. Because guess what? We don't have primary care clinics out in the community. So people come in and use the EDs for that purpose, and that is not a good purpose. The other thing is EDs are used for behavioral health because we do not have behavioral health services out in our communities. So when law enforcement runs into someone who's having some challenges, they bring them to the emergency room. And those people often stay for a long time because we cannot move them out and find placements in the community to serve them. So once again, we've got the primary care folks and the behavioral health folks coming to an ER that's now going to have extremely strict staffing ratios, and we're going to get clogged up very quickly.
And I hate to cut you off, but you're at almost 11 minutes, and PowerPoints are not something we customarily do here because they have to be approved and uploaded, and this one was not approved. We weren't asked for it. I'm not sure how your PowerPoint got on, but the members do not have a copy of it, so if you could submit that to us and wrap up, that would be great. It was not approved. If it was submitted, it was not approved.
Okay.
If you could wrap it up in 2 minutes, and we'll move on.
Okay, thank you. So reason number 4, huge burden on hospitals. If you look at slide 18, so we had 780 RN openings on July 1st that we would like to fill. This bill will require us to hire thousands of nurses that we don't think exist. We believe that the total cost of this bill will be about $500 million going forward at the same time when we're looking at steep Medicaid cuts. The other thing is there's going to be a burden on other healthcare providers. Even though this is Washoe and Clark County, we're going to see hospitals from all over the state being impacted by this, and ambulance services because they're going to not be able to drop off their patients quickly and leave. So that's going to affect the communities. So I will just conclude it with this, and that is, if you're concerned about access to health care or the cost of health care, please vote no on SB 182, because what you're going to do is you're going to increase the cost of health care to Nevadans by $500 million and decrease access. So thank you.
Thank you. And before you leave the table, we have a question for you from Assemblymember Mosca.
Thank you, Chair. And I just had 2 quick ones. So given what you just presented, can you talk about also what we heard in the first presentation? What are you all doing then for the patients and hearing about the ratios and the nurses? So what is the hospitals doing then to fix the problems we heard about today?
So there's a variety of things. I mean, when you talk about retention and recruitment, there is a document that we submitted that's in the record that talks about all the different activities that take place to try to keep them. We have one healthcare system that actually created a nursing school, Galen Nursing, because there is a shortage. They didn't create it because there isn't a nursing shortage, so that would supply the community and their hospitals. So there's just a variety of different things that are taking place.
Thank you. And then, so looking at the bill, it's a may, not a must on the penalties, right?
I'd have to go back and look at it. But if you say it's must,
I think it's a may, so
A
I don't
may?
think it's
Okay.
a guarantee that there would be a penalty.
Members, while we have them at the table, are there any other questions? No? Was there anyone else going to speak in opposition, or are you speaking for the opposition?
I think there might be a couple other people. But thank you very much.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Allison Herzig, Director of Nevada Government Relations for Dignity Health, St. Rose Dominican. I will just let this committee know that we are in opposition. We did submit a letter of opposition in the policy hearing on the Senate side, so I would have you refer to that letter. And I also wanted to make a note that this will cost our system $28 million annually if these ratios are to become law. So thank you again for your time.
And before you leave the table, you said $28 million. Do you have the data to support that you could submit to the committees for
Yes.
review?
Yes, Madam Chair, Allison Herzig for the record. I can get that for you.
Thank you so much. You can go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Michelle Joy, President and CEO of Carson Tahoe Health here in Carson City. As you heard, SB 182 targets counties over 100,000 residents, but it'll actually impact more than just those counties. For example, at Carson Tahoe, we compete with the Reno hospitals for staff. So if they're required to implement the staffing ratios, we'll have to do the same. No nurse is going to choose to work in Carson City if they can take care of fewer patients in Reno. We currently staff 159 acute inpatient beds and 42 behavioral health beds, which we operate at over a 95% capacity. To meet the staffing ratios, we would need to hire 80 additional nurses, which in the bill original draft, this is almost double from that first language. There's no way we can find that many nurses to hire here in Carson City. And then bringing in travel nurses, that would increase our annual costs by $17.5 million, which would definitely push us into negative operating margins. So our only option would be to reduce services. We'd have to close our adult and youth behavioral health programs, plus reduce more than 30 inpatient beds. That impact to the Quad County area, which is Carson City, Douglas, Lyon, and Story County, is over 4,300 patients would have to bypass Carson City and go somewhere else for care. We struggle with access as it is right now. This bill would make that worse. The health workforce analysis that was published by HRSA actually projects the top 10 states with the largest nursing shortage by 2035 will be California and Oregon. 2 states that you heard earlier have mandated staffing ratios. So mandatory staffing ratios don't solve the workforce shortage problem. It forces hospitals to reduce services and impacts access. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. My name is Natasha Lokazwich. I'm the Workforce and Clinical Services Director at Nevada Hospital Association. Just 3 months ago, I was the emergency director in a hospital in California for a few years. I left that role in state because of the burnout, moral injury, and operational chaos that caused by rigid, strict, mandated nurse-to-patient ratios. Many of my colleagues alike are also walking away from California. Despite ratios over 20 years, California has one of the highest nurse vacancy rates in the nation and a shortage of upwards of 40,000 coming in the future here. Burnout remains rampant and the ratios haven't solved the problem. Here's what mandating looks like in practice. Patients lie on gurneys in the ED for hours and days, even when inpatient beds are open, because they're waiting for a nurse that can accept that assignment. Laboring mothers are diverted, or they deliver in the EDs, all because an L&D unit can no longer accept another patient. EMS crews stand in ED hallways instead of responding to 911 calls because no ED nurse can accept another patient assignment, and the strict ratios affect that. Psychiatric patients board for days, consuming staff time and limiting access for others, and smaller facilities with staff shortages offload their patients, knowing that hospitals can't refuse due to EMTALA. Patients who need to monitor beds can't get in and are being treated in the waiting room. These ratios shift the burden, not solve it. In California, 1 in 3 ED patients wait over 4 hours to be seen. Those delays fuel patient frustration, agitation, and extreme violence. In California, decade-long non-evidence-based experiment still leaves patients waiting, nurses burning out, and emergency system gridlocked. Why would Nevada adopt that system of a failed model? Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Chair, members of the committee, Connor Kane, CONNORCAIN, on behalf of HCA Healthcare, which includes our state's largest safety net hospital, Sunrise Hospital and Sunrise Children's Hospital, Mountain View Hospital, Southern Hills Hospital. I'll just ditto the remarks of my colleagues. We're also in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition? Not seeing any, and not seeing any at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 182.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 182, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Caller, you are unmuted and may begin.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Damon Schilling, DAMON SCHILLING. I am with Intermountain Health, and with brevity of time, I would just like to say ditto to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Members of the Assembly, for the record, my name is Melody Osborne. I'm a nurse of 23 years, and I'm currently the Chief Nurse Executive at Renown Health. SB 182 presents several challenges that will impact patient access, the quality of care, increase the cost of care, and exacerbate our current nursing shortage. SB 182 would force Renown Health to close 152 patient care beds at our 3 Renown Health facilities, severely impacting patient care and the well-being of our community. The mandates in this bill would also require us to hire an additional 677 nurses, which is unattainable, and add an additional $116 million of annual cost, driving up healthcare expenses for everyone. Staffing is already a complex issue, especially during peak flu and RSV surges and managing staff sick calls. At our health system, we faced significant staffing shortfalls due to call-offs, averaging between 400 to 500 sick calls per week. While we have a robust nursing float pool to help mitigate those shortages, it cannot fully cover all of those gaps. Our current recruitment strategies have been successful, but the pipeline of new and experienced nurses is insufficient to meet the demands this bill would create. I'd like to take a moment to share a personal experience with mandated ratios. My mother-in-law resides in the Bay Area. One day she began to experience chest pain and called 911. An ambulance arrived and assessed her. Her EKG did not appear to show a heart attack, but her chest pain was persistent, and they determined she needed to go to the hospital to be evaluated. Once in the ambulance, they attempted to take her to the nearest hospital, but was diverted. The first 2 hospitals were at ratio, and she was sent to the 3rd hospital. Once she arrived, they determined she had a blockage in one of the main arteries in her heart, and she went for a cardiac catheterization and stent. After the procedure, she suffered a complication and required emergent vascular surgery. Post-procedure, she needed to be admitted to the ICU, but the unit was already at ratio. So she was sent back down to the emergency department, where she stayed for several days until her discharge. I can assure you that that is not quality of care. I want you to imagine for a moment your loved one that needs immediate medical attention, but local hospitals are already at their mandated ratio. Where do they go? Will they get the care they need in a timely manner? I don't want Nevadans to experience this. Nevada needs more nurses, not mandatory nurse staffing ratios. I urge you to vote no on SB 182. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller, you are unmuted and may begin.
Hi, my name is Dr. Diane McGinnis, DIANE-MCGINNIS, DNP for Doctor of Nursing Practice. I'm an RN and nurse practitioner, Vice President of the Nevada Nurses Association, and Chair of their Legislative Committee. I've been a Nevada nurse for 27 years. I want to talk about the statistics about nursing shortage, the nurse number per population. We need to remember that we also have a tourist economy with approximately 3.4 million plus visitors per month. Each of those visitors are also possible patients and are not counted in our population. So the ratio is skewed, and we do have even lower, maybe even the 50th in the nation. We do have a nursing shortage in Nevada, worsened by those nurses who don't want to work in hospitals due to stress. Let there be no doubt that working conditions for nurses are affecting their well-being, their mental health, and their burnout. Nurses are less tolerant and poor working conditions and are walking after just a few years of practice. Action must be taken. The opinion of the Nevada Nurses Association, we cannot support this bill as written. We greatly appreciate the intent of the bill and understand it's about better working conditions for nurses in the hospital setting, which we endorse with all our heart. In our opinion, this bill was written as attempting to put administrative code into statute. It is way too detailed and precise. Please put these details in the Nevada Administrative Code. If the numbers are off, but are in the NAC, they can be reworked and adjusted between sessions. We're also worried about Section 9, 1, B, and C. If these are facility licensing documents, we're worried that they would become public record, and nurses deserve privacy of when and where they work. This bill as written requires hospitals be able to predict the future. Let's face it, we're in Nevada. If people could predict the future, they'd be pulling the handle on Lucky Machine. Let's work together to improve nursing satisfaction with their careers, which should improve patient satisfaction, lower mortality, support shorter patient stays with less patients, return to the hospital within 30 days of discharge. I propose the language in the statute be simplified and details be intended for the NAC so we can make changes between sessions. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good evening, honorable members of the Nevada Legislature. My name is Jennifer Crossley. I'm a registered nurse in Nevada for 18 years, and I'm the director of the Renown Transfer and Operations Center. I'm here to express my strong opposition to mandated nurse staffing ratios. From January 2022 through present day, Renown has received 10,668 patient transfer requests from California hospitals. We repeatedly hear from rural California hospitals that they are unable to get their patients needing higher level of care accepted into facilities in their own state, likely due in part to capacity limitations resulting from mandated nursing staffing ratios. If Nevada implements similar mandated staffing ratios, our hospital capacity will be significantly reduced. This would limit our ability to accept Nevada residents in need of higher levels of care, particularly those transferred from rural facilities. While staffing and patient care are critical concerns, rigid staffing ratios will strain our healthcare system and ultimately harm the very patients we aim to protect. I urge you to vote no on mandated nurse staffing ratios. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jen Fleiner. I'm Chief Nursing Officer, Chief Operations Officer for Renown South Meadows. As a nurse, I've held the nursing license in the state since 1996 and worked at the bedside in both Southern Nevada Hospital as well as Renown. I have observed the potential impacts of mandated nurse staffing ratios. Such ratios could restrict our ability to adjust staffing during large influxes of patients, as you heard, and supporting those novice or new grad nurses that we're trying to keep. Mandated nurse staffing ratios may inadvertently undermine our professional judgment of nursing staff. Nurses are trained to assess patients' needs and prioritize care based on their expertise and experiences. By imposing strict staffing ratios, we may be compelled to make staffing decisions that do not align with our specific requirements or a particular nursing unit. A uniform approach does not work well in an industry characterized by extreme variability, flexibility, and individualized care. The ability to adapt to the changing patient needs are crucial elements in delivering high-quality care. Please vote no on SB 182, and thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, my name is Jasleen, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of my mom, who is a hardworking nurse at UMC. She didn't want to speak herself because, like many nurses, she's really tired, not just physically tired, but emotionally drained from a system that constantly expects more than one person can give. We support the SB 182, a bill that would make nurse-to-patient ratios safer and truly life-saving. There are times when my mom and just one other patient have to care for 15 patients together, so that's about 7 to 8 each, or sometimes more. Sometimes it's 2 nurses on the floor, and if one gets called to another unit, the other one is left alone with 10 patients. And it's not just about numbers. There are real people needing medications, pain relief, emotional support, and sometimes life or death interventions. Even nurses are stretched that within, patients get neglected, not because the nurses don't care, but because they're burnt out and overwhelmed. Studies back this up. Research published in The Lancet shows that every extra patient a nurse has to care for, the risk of patient death rises by 7%. And nurses in states with safer staffing laws like California report fewer medical errors, better patient outcome, and less burnt out. Right now, nurses like my mom are giving everything they have, but when they're assigned too many patients, they leave work feeling like they failed, like someone didn't get the attention they needed. That hurts them, and they put patients in danger. SB 182 isn't about making nurses' jobs easier. It's about making patient care safer and protecting the people who take care of us when we're at our most vulnerable. Please support this bill because nurses shouldn't have to choose between doing their job and doing it safely, and patients shouldn't have to wait until it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, and that takes us up to the 30 minutes in opposition. If there's anyone else on the line that wanted to make testimony in opposition, I encourage you to send a letter in to our committee that can be distributed with all the members. With that, we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony and you're here in Carson City, I invite you to come to the tables. If you're in Las Vegas, go to the table there. And I am not seeing anyone come to either table, so we will go to the phone lines one last time to see if we have anyone that's joining us that would like to testify in the neutral position on Senate Bill 182.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 182, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. We will ask the sponsors of the bill if they have any closing comments.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I'm going to pass it to Jody for the final comment. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead down south.
Jody Dominic for the record. Thank you so much for hearing this bill. While we know SB 182 doesn't fix all of our challenges in healthcare, we do know that it improves patient safety. We do know that if those mistakes happen when the nurse has more patients, that it is the nurse's license that is in jeopardy. We do know that patients with less outcomes are discharged sooner, and that facilitates the movement of patients. We do know that there are times now when patients are holding in our ER waiting rooms, not getting the quality of care. We know that maternal mortality is a crisis in this country, and less care is not the answer. Less nursing care is not how we fix these challenges. Schools have ratios, daycares in this state have ratios. So we thank you for hearing this. This is an important first step as we do all work together to improve healthcare. Thank you to the chair and to the committee for hearing this.
Thank you so much. Do we have the Department of Industry? You can come up to the table. Thank you for coming over. I know you were called in from home. If you just want to speak to your fiscal note on this bill, that would be great.
Good evening. This is Drew Cross for the record. On behalf of DPBH, I'm testifying in neutral that with the amendment, our fiscal note has removed.
Thank you. And my mistake, I thought you were with the Labor Commission, but with DPBH. I appreciate that. So we'll still have to get the Labor Commission. So thank you for showing up tonight. And with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 182, and we thank you all for joining us tonight. The next bill on our agenda will be Senate Bill 185, which revises provisions relating to Medicaid reimbursement for care of disabled or chronically ill children. Welcome to Late Ways, Senator Taylor, and I know that you have two bills on the agenda, so we'll follow it up with SB 207 after this one, so you can get back to Senate Finance.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I was going to say Madam Vice Chair, but she's not up there, so.
We're everywhere.
We're everywhere. But thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm honored to have the opportunity to present to you tonight, and you look just as tired as I feel. So I feel at home. Feel right at home. It's an honor to present to the Bill 185. I'm Angie Taylor from Senate District 15 here in Northern Nevada, where I proudly represent the neighborhoods around the university and in Northwest Reno. Today, I'm proud to present Senate Bill 185. I'll make it really brief. I know this is part policy, part finance, so let me give you an overview of what the bill means. Right now, current law allows family members, in particular parents, to be the caregiver for their children that are disabled and that are allowed a caregiver through Medicaid. However, if that child is under the age of 18, then that family member cannot be paid to be that caregiver. And so often what we have is that we have families who have, and as a matter of fact, this came from a constituent that I met. She has a severely disabled daughter physically, but not intellectually, and their family made the decision for her to stay home with their child, so she quit her job and stayed home, and that immediately put them down to one income. But had they hired someone outside of the home, then that person would be able to be paid. And so part of what happened in this bill is you can't just go get Uncle Joe because he doesn't have a job. They have to have the same training and same clearance and work through the same agencies that are already certified through Medicaid, and that's what this bill will do. There is a fiscal note on it. I am very, very proud to say actually I shouldn't say proud. I'm a little tired. I'm working on all the cylinders I have left, y'all. It's just not enough. It's just not enough of them. But I was really happy to see the Stacey Weeks and her team, Richard Whitley, their team. They worked really, really hard to get this fiscal note as low as they can. And the updated fiscal note that should be on Nellis for the biennium is $549,337. And I'm certainly staying ready to answer any questions. It started off at 1.7 million, so that's what I'm excited about. I'm excited about that.
Members, any questions? Not seeing any, and I know that DHHS is here in the room. If you just want to come over to the table and speak to the fiscal note, I know we have the bill in its second reprint, and if you could just speak to the fiscal note would be great.
Absolutely. Good evening, Madam Chair, committee members. Ann Jensen for the record, Nevada Medicaid. Our fiscal note revised and associated with reprint 2, as Senator Taylor mentioned, has a total of $549,337 appropriated from the State General Fund out of a total of $1,471,696. The remaining $922,359 is our federal matching that we draw down through Title 19 of the Social Security Act.
Perfect. I believe that was my only question, what the general fund impact would be with the new amendment. And not seeing any other questions from members, I'll ask you to step back, and thank you so much for hanging with us all day. We'll invite to the table anyone that's here to testify in support of Senate Bill 185.
Good evening, my poor yawning chair and committee. My name is Sabrina Schnur, SABRINA-SCHNUR. I am still here on behalf of the Nevada Primary Care Association, the state's federally qualified health centers, and we support any policy that keeps our neighbors and their kids in their homes and communities to be cared for. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line and see if there's anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 185.
To testify in support of Senate Bill 185, please press star 9 now to join the queue.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Cohen for the record. Ditto, thank you, I yield. And I'll just let the committee know that hopefully most of the folks that testified in the Senate will be able to write in within the parameters. It's just too late on the final weekend. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you for joining us. Do we have any other callers?
Chair, we have no additional callers for opposition testimony. Excuse me, Chair. We have no additional callers for support testimony.
Thank you. And now we'll move to opposition. Is there anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 185? And not seeing anyone come to the tables here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go back to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 185.
If you would like to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 185, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers for opposition testimony.
Thank you so much, and we'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 185, I invite you to the table. And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone lines one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 185.
To testify in neutral for Senate Bill 185, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the sponsor of the bill if you have any closing remarks.
Quite a bit of support testimony on the Senate side, but let's be honest, it's just no time for that right now. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Go back and watch the video, watch the film, it's there, but come on, ain't nobody got time for that. So thank you, Madam Chair and the committee.
Thank you, and with that,
I yield.
We will close the hearing on Senate Bill 185. And we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 207, which requires the establishment of a program of all-inclusive care for the elderly.
Thank you so much again, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. I'll I'm very happy again to be here to present Senate Bill 207. Again, Angie Taylor, Senate District 15. And my co-presenter may be a familiar person to you. Governor Robert List has been walking with me through this from the very beginning, and it's so honored to have him here. And he's going to give us a little bit of his view and his experience with this. As a whole, again, I know it's part. And I'm going to go ahead and ask Ms. Jensen if you'll come up, because you're going to be called up. So let's just go ahead and get you here nice and comfortable. And just a little overview of the program. This program is something that's an all-inclusive care program for the elderly, those low-income seniors who are on Medicaid. It's called the PACE program, and it's really a well-known program across the country, but we're one of the states that do not have a PACE program. And what this does is it allows seniors to stay in their home to get all-around care. It will take them to the doctor. It will give them the support that they need. Sometimes it's companion care, all of those things in the one-stop shop method. And one of the things that I found once I was introduced to this program is, as a whole, and I'm sure Ms. Jensen will be able to speak to this a little bit, as a whole, in the end, we actually end up, as a state, saving money in this program because of the care that these seniors get. And Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll ask Governor List if he would just comment a little bit. He knows we're short on time, but just his expertise in this, and you know, how many times am I going to get to present with a governor? So please go ahead.
For the record, it's Robert List, R-O-B-E-R-T-L-I-S-T. And thank you very much, Senator. I am pleased to be here. And what this program is designed to do as a federal level is to enable people who do not wish to go into nursing homes, but are in fact qualified as Medicaid and Medicare patients to go into nursing homes, and where the federal government and the state supports their living there and being cared for there. They wish to stay in their own homes. And currently, in Nevada, we do not have such a program. 37 other states have already implemented it. And it's an extraordinarily well-received program everywhere. People live with their loved ones or in their own place and get the same essential services that they would be getting in a nursing home. That is, they're entitled to primary care, very comprehensive medical care provided by doctors and nurses. They have an adult daycare, social and recreational program for meals and medical care at a hub, and transportation back and forth to that hub. These programs are conducted and run by private companies that invest approximately $10 million to start up a program, and they provide social care, social activity in that hub for those who wish to come there each day, every day if they want to. They have a gym there. They have medical care there. They have food and services of all kinds, and so that's an important part of it for them. There's also home care, of course, assistance with daily activities and medical care at home, laboratory services, meals, groceries, transportation to any place they want to go. And in the end, it costs the state and the federal government less for those individuals, and they have the preference to stay at home. If they want to, they can always go to the nursing home. If the day comes when, either because of family reasons or personal health care reasons, they want to go to a nursing home, they can do that later on. But in the meantime, they get to stay at home, and it saves a significant amount of money for everyone, for the state of Nevada, and from the federal government. So we want to see this done in Nevada. I have friends who operate programs in Oklahoma and in Virginia, and they're highly successful, very sought after, and the patients themselves are the real winners in the situation. So we see it's a win-win for the participants and for the state and for the federal government. So we strenuously urge the passage of 207.
Thank you so much, Governor. That's a great segue over to Ms. Jensen to talk a little bit about the finances and how this works. So if you would.
Absolutely. Good evening, Madam Chair, Committee, and Jensen. For the record, Nevada Medicaid. The state general fund portion of this bill, as amended, is $477,112, and the total computable amount is $861,782. Again, the difference is the federal matching share that we receive. Happy to answer any additional questions.
Angie Taylor, if I may, Madam Chair, just one more piece. Angie Taylor, for the record, is as we begin the program, it costs more because you have to get the program going. But because the way the program is there'll be an RFP, and so outside vendors run these programs, and so that in the end ends up saving Medicaid money, and that's part of the model in this. But you have to get it started, and so on. So we just appreciate your consideration, and certainly stand for questions, Madam Chair, in the committee.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Governor, for sticking with us all night to present this. It's good to have you. Senator Taylor, the fiscal part of this, the general fund appropriations for FY26 and FY27, were those amended into the bill in the reprint?
Angie Taylor, Senate District 15, for the record, yes, they were.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Members, any questions? Assemblymember Dickman.
Thank you, Chair. It's not a question, really. It's a comment. I think this is so great for people to be where they'd really probably rather be and save the state money at the same time. So thank you, and thanks for bringing this bill.
Thank you so much. Just, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Senator Sheila Leslie, who actually passed legislation during the 75th legislative session that allowed us to do a PACE program here in the state. And this bill would say that we shall, not we may, but that we shall. And that's the difference. But she opened the door back then, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all three of you. I appreciate you being here. We'll invite to the table anyone who would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 207. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Ways and Means members. I hope everyone's feeling great tonight. Victoria Supple from Argentum Partners representing WellBe Health tonight. WellBe Health is a physician-led, mission-driven program of all-inclusive care for the elderly, also known as a PACE program, currently serving 5,000 seniors through 11 PACE centers throughout the state of California and growing with centers under development in New York, New Jersey, Oregon, and additional centers in California. As the only truly integrated, fully at-risk coordinated care delivery model in existence today, PACE has consistently proven to drive high-quality, cost-effective outcomes while allowing seniors to age in their communities rather than in institutions. The average participant is 80 years old, has 6 or more chronic conditions, and requires assistance with at least 3 activities of daily living. And through this program, they are significantly less likely to be hospitalized, visit the emergency department, or be institutionalized when compared to the same population not enrolled in PACE. Research has found that PACE participants average less than 1 emergency department visit per year, have a 60% lower preventable hospitalization rate, and a 16% lower readmissions rate than dual-eligible seniors not enrolled in PACE. This produces savings between 13 to 17% compared to what the state and federal government would otherwise spend to care for the same population. PACE rates are statutorily required to be set below the amount that would otherwise be paid for a comparable population, also known as AWOP, which means savings are guaranteed. The state of California saved $369.4 million in 2024 alone through the provision of PACE when compared to the other care settings for the same population. Established over 40 years ago, this model is offered in 33 states and the District of Columbia today, with several additional states actively pursuing implementation efforts, and we hope that our beautiful state is the next. With over 14,000 individuals who will be eligible to benefit from this PACE program in Nevada today, we encourage this committee to advance SB 207 so that this model can be available for those who need it most. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Noe Orozco. That's N-O-E, accent over the E, O-R-O-S-C-O. And I am with Make the Road Nevada. We are here in support of SB 207. This bill would play a vital role in supporting our communities by delivering culturally competent health care and comprehensive services that allow our elders to age with dignity in their homes, in their neighborhoods, and in the community. And that's why we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Dakota Hoskins, SEIU Local 1107. I'm sure you already are tired of hearing from me, so we're just going to quickly say SEIU supports this. We believe elderly care is vital and healthcare is important, so we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Sabrina Schnurr, SABRINA, SCHNUR, with the Nevada Primary Care Association. We believe this investment is worthwhile because it will make it easier for aging Nevadans to stay in their homes and for their caregivers to have more productive and healthy lives. It also enriches our providers and allows them to develop innovative services to keep our patients healthy at home and out of a hospital or nursing home. This program will allow us to tap into federal funds that we currently leave on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else here in Carson City approaching the table to testify in support, and no one at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 207.
To testify in support to Senate Bill 207, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. My name is Jim DeGraffenreid, DeGraffenreid, speaking on behalf of myself as an all-lines insurance broker for 25 years in Northern Nevada. PACE programs are excellent programs in the states where they operate. They are a win-win for seniors who are able to stay in their homes and are cost-effective for the state. We thank the sponsor for bringing this bill and urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers for support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 207, I encourage you to go to the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to our phone line to see if we have anyone on the phone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 207.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 207, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. We'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 207, I invite you to come to the tables in Carson City or Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either, we'll go back to the phone line one last time to see if we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in the neutral position on Senate Bill 207.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 207, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the sponsor of the bill if she has any closing comments. Thank you. And with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 207. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Governor. We so appreciate that. And thank you for being here with us and hanging with us almost all day. We appreciate it. We have two more bills on our agenda. We have Senate Bill 217 and Senate Bill 323. Which one's going to go first? 217. All right. We will open the hearing on Senate Bill 217, which makes revisions relating to reproductive health care. And members, I may have to step out. I have 3 bill hearings in Senate Finance. So the majority leader will take over for me when I leave to go down to Senate Finance. But we'll get started. You can get started. I am so sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. It has been a long day, so thank you all for hanging in there tight. And thank you for allowing me the time to present to you Senate Bill 217. My name is Nicole Canizaro. I represent Senate District 6 in the northwest portion of the Las Vegas Valley and serve as your Senate Majority Leader over on the other side of the House. And 217, I will keep the presentation fairly brief. This particular bill does provide for additional protections for families that are struggling with, families and individuals that are struggling with infertility. infertility. This particular bill requires for coverage for certain procedures for in vitro fertilization or IVF, and also for assisted reproductive technology or ART. This bill does also have provisions for it to allow for open enrollment for persons who are pregnant who do not have health insurance but could potentially receive that insurance. And so those are what the main provisions of this bill do. They also have provisions that relate to the fiscal note. This bill also has provisions that provide protections for our providers who provide this type of health care. We have seen in the wake of the Dobbs decision that there is a lot of uncertainty around what may happen with respect to IVF and with respect to ART. And so this bill seeks to provide some protections to allow our providers to ensure that we can still have access to that care. And it also provides that other subdivisions in the state cannot issue any laws or ordinances that would unreasonably restrict the right to receive that type of care. So in substance, that is what the bill does. There is a fiscal note related to this particular bill for implementation purposes with respect to Medicaid. It also has language that would allow for Medicaid to seek a waiver and any other potential to draw down federal funds to help pay for coverages for these services in the future. And the way in which we structured this bill to both not only allow for some additional information regarding the amount that this may be utilized by recipients of Medicaid, and also allow for Medicaid to work on those waiver dollars, was that the Medicaid portions of this bill are do take effect with respect to the coverage on July 1st of 2027. And in this biennium, there is a fiscal note that relates to some general fund dollars and then additionally some federal dollars that would allow for Medicaid to implement this and to take a look at it. We believe that with the implementation of Senate Bill 217 that we will be able to get some better data on the utilization rates for this type of healthcare and be better able to determine what the impact would be to the state, while at the same time allowing for that time to go by and time for Medicaid to implement this and to potentially seek a waiver and draw down federal dollars. And so with that, Madam Majority Leader, I would be happy to take any questions that this committee may have.
Thank you, committee. Do you have any questions for the Senate Majority Leader? Senate Majority Leader, just to be clear, both fiscal notes still stand. The fiscal note from PEB and the Medicaid, correct?
Thank you for the question, Madam Majority Leader. Nicole Cannizzaro, Senate District 6. So one of the amendments that was adopted in Senate Finance before this bill made its way over to the Assembly did remove the fiscal notes from PEB. The fiscal note that exists at this point in time does have some monies going towards Medicaid, and that is associated with the implementation and review of that. The PEB pieces were amended. That fiscal note does not exist because of the amendments that were adopted on the Senate side.
Okay, perfect. And I believe we have Ms. Glover here from PEB. Did you want to confirm those fiscal notes were removed? And then we will move into testimony and support. Oh, where? Oh, yes. I see her now in the corner. I couldn't see her.
Good evening. This is Celestina Glover, CELESTENA V as in Victor, ER. I'm the executive officer for PEB. And yes, with the reprint and the implementation date for us of July 1st, 2027, that will allow us to remove the current fiscal note and then work toward rating our plans and building our budget with 217 in mind.
And then if we could just confirm for Medicaid that you would be able to absorb the
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, and Jensen. For the record, that is correct. With reprint 2, the division is able to absorb the cost. As Majority Leader mentioned, the waiver timeline with CMS can be quite lengthy, and so we will be coming back to this body with more detailed understanding for the next biennium of what those medical services costs will be, but the implementation costs are able to be absorbed at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. And seeing no questions from the committee, we can move to testimony and support.
Good evening, committee. Alex Tanchak with Silver State Government Relations, representing the Nevada chapter of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Just here in support of the bill. Thank you for the sponsor for bringing it forward.
Good evening, Madam Majority Leader and Committee. My name is still Sabrina Schnur, SABRINA-SCHNUR, this time on behalf of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and the Nevada Public Health Association, and we are in support. Thank you.
Chair, members of the committee, Connor Kane on behalf of Nevada Fertility Advocates. Infertility is something that impacts 1 in 5 Nevadans. I think this bill is well worth the investment. You have folks who've either been born with a condition that renders them unable to have children, or you have folks who might have gone through treatment for something like cancer and are unable to have kids. This bill would really help those Nevadans, and again, I think it's a great investment for the state. We urge your support. Thank you.
Marco Rauda, MARCO RAUDA with Americans for, and we are in support.
Okay, seeing no one else come to the table, BPS, can we please check the telephone line? We have no one in Vegas.
If you would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 217, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you. We will now go to opposition. Anyone in opposition, please approach the witness table. And seeing no one in Vegas, we will go to the telephone line after Carson City.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee, Melissa Clement, MELI-SSA, CLE-MENT, Nevada Right to Life. Nevada Right to Life opposes SB 217. We've expressed our opposition in the policy committees. Today, we express concerns over its significant fiscal implications for Nevada's families, employers, and state-funded health programs. The average cost of a single IVF cycle in the U.S. ranges from $12,000 to $15,000, and mandating coverage for these services will inevitably lead to increased insurance premiums. For employers, especially small businesses, operating of more than 50 employees, operating on tight margins, these increased premiums could be prohibitive. They will be forced to reduce benefits and or shift more costs to employees. Moreover, the bill's provisions could have unintended consequences on the broader insurance market. As insurers adjust to the new mandates, they may reduce coverage in other areas or increase deductibles and copays to offset costs. It's also important to consider the potential impact on the state's budget. I realize much of this is pushed off into 2027, but I'd like to just use my own experience as a state of Nevada insurance recipient for the last 30 years, what generally happens. When I compare what our insurance looked like back when I started as a young professional to now, the PEBP benefits are a shadow of what it once was. With each legislative cycle, when something is added, mandated health coverage, the PEBP board has to make difficult decisions to try and cover one mandated coverage. It often means that something that families depend on, like eyeglasses. Now, I realize, like I said, with the pushing it off to 2027, just use this as an illustration, because that's the same thing that's going to happen with insurance coverage in the private sector. Suddenly, your
Ms.
kids...
Clemens, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night.
Good late evening.
My name is Janine Hansen. I'm the state president of Nevada Families for Freedom, and we support Nevada Right to Life testimony. I'm also, in looking over this, I was kind of shocked to see that the first time I looked, the number of recipients in Nevada for Medicaid was 1 in 5, and when I looked recently, it was 1 in 4. That's a little shocking when you think about how many people in the future, after 2027, might be receiving these kind of significant, would be in a situation to receive money, IVF treatments. And as Melissa said, the cost is significant, between $12, $15, I saw up to $30,000 a time. And this bill, I believe, allowed for them to try this 5 times. Now, I'm greatly blessed. I have 18 grandchildren, and that is a blessing to me. And I certainly have compassion for those who are trying to have a family. And that's not the reason that we have concerns about this. But I am concerned about the cost to the state, but also the cost in insurance to individual families, because every time the cost of insurance goes up, that means they have less money to put food on the table, less money to pay for their rent, less money to take their, for educating their children. So we are concerned about this really huge fiscal note, and if it's now or in the future, it has to be paid. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Chair and Committee and members. My name is Joshua Skaggs, and I am the Legislative Affairs Director for the Nevada Republican Party, here today in opposition to SB 217. We ditto the concerns expressed by the Nevada Right to Life, and a serious concern we have with this bill is the significant fiscal note attached to the bill. The executive branch submitted at least a $38 million fiscal note, primarily due to the need to provide coverage for IVF services to Medicaid beneficiaries. The federal government agreed to temporarily subsidize the Medicaid expansion during COVID-19 from 100% of the federal poverty level to 138%. There is concern that this temporary subsidy may be coming to an end, which will have a serious effect on the state's budget if we elect to continue the expansion. Adding another significant expense to Medicaid could be an issue for budgeting. We were also interested to read in the fiscal note that at the $38 million at least is an estimate, because no other state offers IVF services to their beneficiaries. So the fiscal note is based on an estimate of 5% utilization. However, because Nevada has no data from other states to rely on, the estimates could be significantly off. We don't believe that in the current environment that it makes sense for Nevada to add a potentially expensive benefit to Medicaid not offered by any other states, and we urge caution on SB 217. Thank you.
Thank you, BPS. Can we go to the telephone line, please?
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 217, please press *9 now to join the queue.
Hi, Yolanda Canuck, YOLANDAKNAAK, Madam Chair and Committee. I'd like to ditto what the others said, and please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. My name is Jim DeGraffenreid, DeGraffenreid, and I'm representing myself as a Nevada All Lines independent insurance broker for the last 25 years, here today in opposition to SB 217. Mandates have costs, and the information given in prior hearings of 67 cents added to a policy premium appears to be significantly low. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, the average costs of IVF are $24,373 per cycle and $61,377 per successful outcome. Kaiser Foundation also reports that 52.2% of Nevadans are insured via private insurance, either employer plans or individual purchase, and 20.7% of Nevadans are Medicaid beneficiaries. Because the number of women of childbearing age is much larger in the general population than it is in Medicaid, the cost in the private market can be expected to be much higher than even the future fiscal note. Also, once coverage is mandated, it's reasonable to expect utilization to increase. People always use more of a service that they believe they don't have to pay for. CDC data from 2016 showed that in 3 of the 4 states deemed by CDC to have comprehensive coverage for IVF, which are Illinois, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, the use of assisted reproductive technology was 1.5 times higher than the national rate. Similarly, a national study by the federal government found that IVF availability and utilization were significantly higher in states with mandated IVF coverage. Finally, the ACA requires states to offset some of the costs for any state-mandated benefits beyond essential health benefits in the individual and small group market. This requirement was estimated to cost New York $59 to $69 million per year if covering one IVF cycle, or $98 to $116 million per year if covering unlimited cycles of IVF. The bottom line is that there are costs for both businesses and individual ratepayers, most of whom will never utilize IVF, as well as for the state of Nevada if we mandate IVF coverage, and these costs and benefits should be carefully balanced.
Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you.
testimony. BPH, next caller.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Grafenreed, a resident of Douglas County, here today in opposition of SB 217 on my own behalf. I echo the concerns expressed by Nevada Right to Life and also the Nevada GOP and my husband, an insurance agent, James Grafenreed. I am also very concerned about this being mandated for Medicaid and for private insurers. I could support this bill on the merits of protecting women and families needing IVF, but these concerns addressed by mandating it for Medicaid and private insurers, I cannot abide with. Thank you.
Thank you, BPH. Next
Chair?
caller.
Excuse me, sorry, Chair. We have no additional callers for opposition.
Thank you. Seeing no, is there anyone in Carson City for neutral?
Good evening, Chair and Committee. For the record, Shelley Capurro representing the Nevada Association of Health Plans. And we appreciate the intent of the Majority Leader's legislation. However, we do want to note that mandates often come with unintended consequences that can drive up costs for consumers and reduce plan flexibility. These increased costs ultimately translate into higher premiums, deductibles, and out-of-pocket expenses for employers and individuals. Additionally, mandates can limit consumer choice by requiring all policyholders to pay for coverage they may not want or need, reducing flexibility in plan options. Our member companies anticipate that this policy could bring a minimum increase of $9 per member per month. As an association, we remain committed to enhancing healthcare quality and accessibility. We welcome the opportunity to collaborate on policy solutions that align with the legislator's goals, and we want to ensure access to affordable and sustainable healthcare coverage. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one in Las Vegas, BPH, can we please check the telephone line?
If you would like to testify in neutral for Senate Bill 217, please press star 9 now to join the queue. We have no callers for neutral testimony.
Welcome back, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. And I know the hour is late, so I will be brief. First and foremost, I want to emphasize that the complexities that come with infertility sometimes require different levels of treatment. So when we talk about individuals that may need infertility treatment, it may be everything, including and up to IVF cycles, but it could also be as little as diagnostic testing or sometimes just some medication to help with ovulation. Things like that are examples of lower cost things that would be covered under this bill, but that would not create the sort of, I think, fiscal issue that sometimes when people think of IVF, they think of. On the other hand, there are some families that do struggle with infertility, and IVF is the only thing that is going to help them, but it is cost prohibitive. I do believe that this is something when we talk about necessary medical treatment, this is something that is necessary for those individuals because there's not another answer. There's not another thing that they could do. There's not some other magical solution that is going to present itself. This is the thing that they need. When it comes to private costs, we have done some analysis on this, and it was testified in the policy committee in the Senate side and over here. The costs are about 67 cents per member per month for those health plans to ensure this kind of coverage for families. And so that is, I think, the very least that we can do for families that are struggling with infertility and who need this sort of treatment. When it comes to the Medicaid pieces, I would note that the reason for this bill's implementation in the way that it is to allow for the ability for DHHS to go ahead and do the analysis. We believe that the utilization rate that they were using will likely be lower. We will have some data, right, over the next over the next couple of years to be able to look at the utilization here in Nevada and better predict what the fiscal impact could be to the state, and also allow for them to go ahead and draw down federal dollars, which is also implicated in this bill. And so I would strongly appreciate your support. I think this is such an important issue, and this really is a medical thing that families rely on, and if we can provide a little bit of comfort in that way, I think that it is so entirely critical, because it's just a really tough thing to deal with. So thank you for the time, thank you for the late hour, appreciate all the questions. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. We will now close the hearing on Senate Bill 217, and we will go right into opening the hearing on our last bill, Senate Bill 323. Senator Scheibel, when you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. I'm Melanie Scheibel, State Senator for District 9, and I'm here to present SB 323 to you. It was already heard in a policy committee. Basically what it does is it allows people who are incarcerated at Florence McClure, which is one of our women's facilities, to have 15 minutes of free phone calls every day. This is a continuation of a pilot program that we started after the 2023 session, and it has been wildly successful. And so SB 323 would continue that program indefinitely. I will skip to the financial impacts. It does cost the Department of Corrections a small amount of money for a huge return on investment. The fiscal note of about $500,000 reflects kind of the, if you will, worst case scenario if they're unable to negotiate any kind of discount, any kind of better rate with their telephone provider. That would be if they had to pay a full price for every single minute, and every single minute was used and provided to every single person. Still, we heard from people who are incarcerated that this improved their quality of life tremendously. It reduced recidivism, and I think perhaps it's hard to say what the most important impact is, but one of the incredibly important impacts was that corrections officers in Florence McClure reported in a survey that the environment there became safer. People were calmer. People were connected to their communities. There were less fights. There was less conflicts with staff, and so I think that for this small amount of money, this is something we have to do for people who are incarcerated. So happy to answer questions.
Thank you. And just to confirm, I believe the fiscal note was taken care of through the appropriation that was amended in the Senate Finance Committee?
Yes, that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, and I don't believe we have the Department of Corrections here, we can move straight into testimony and support. If you're here to support Senate Bill 323, please approach the witness table. Okay, seeing no one in Las Vegas or Carson City, BPH, can we please check the telephone lines?
Testify in support of Senate Bill 323, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. We have no callers for support.
Thank you. If anyone is here in opposition, please approach the witness table. Seeing no one, BPH, can we please check the telephone line?
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 323, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. We have no callers in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who would like to testify in neutral? BPH, can we please check the telephone line?
Testify in neutral to Senate Bill 323, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. We have no callers for neutral.
Thank you. Seeing that our presenter has waived closing remarks, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 323.
Thank you so much for stepping in. And that will take us to the last item on today's agenda, which will be public comment. If there's anyone here in Carson City or in Las Vegas that would like to make public comment, I invite you to the tables now. And if you'd like to call in for public comment, our number is 669-900-6833. Our meeting ID is 897-347-75609. Then please press pound. Not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City, no one at the table in Las Vegas. Broadcast, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to make public comment?
If you would like to provide public comment, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, the public lines are open and working. However, there are no callers to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you so much. And members, everything that we had on our calendar, the agenda for today, was everything we had in our possession as of today. We did get some bills on the floor when we went back. However, I don't think we need to come in early in the morning for that. So we don't have an agenda uploaded, but we will not gavel in until 10 a.m. tomorrow. So enjoy your morning. This meeting's adjourned.